Oh, yeah. There we go. All right, sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please click the link in the description down below because it's always better when it's live. Plus, I just upload the VODs to YouTube so that I can have it somewhere. So, might not be any use of just watching the VODs. Anyways, we have a pretty interesting show today. We're going to do some YouTube maintenance, as we always do. Start with that. And then I have some World of Warcraft theory, some updates on South Africa, so we'll be discussing that for a bit. And then hopefully some Reddit reactions if there's time before the power goes out. I've got an update even on my own electricity problems that we will be discussing. Because, yeah, sadly, my battery and inverter is only going to be installed next week. Because the guy was full of shit. Which is so sad. Like, you have no idea. It is just the saddest thing. He took over a week to finally send me the invoice so that I could pay. And then once I paid, I'm like, hey, bro, so when are you installing this? He goes, oh, we're very busy. Probably only next week. So, sad days. Jake Reaper, how you doing, bro? I'm good, man. I'm good. Just very tired. And I don't really know why I'm tired, because I slept more than enough. I went to bed quite early, because my power went out at 8 o'clock. So then I didn't have anything else to do, so I just went to sleep. I think I fell asleep before 9, and I woke up at like 4 a.m., which is more than enough sleep, you know? At least it should be. But yeah, I'm tired. I don't know why. Got home from the gym. Had a good workout though, so that's good. And it's not. I don't even think I'm tired. It might just be allergies or something. Because my eyes are. I don't know. My eyes feel heavy, but I don't feel tired. It's not as if I feel like I want to sleep. It's more just that my eyes feel heavy. So it might be allergies. I really hope it isn't, because I fucking hate allergies. Might also just be the fact that I haven't showered yet. But I don't have time to shower, because if I shower now, we will have less time to stream. So it was almost like, same as yesterday. I had to make a decision. Either we start the stream until 12, and then 12 o'clock I go for a shower when the power goes out. Or I go for a shower immediately as I get home, but then of course we start the stream like 20 minutes to half an hour later. And that gives us less time to stream before the power goes out. So it's a non-starter for me. It's easier to just, you know, at least do some streaming and then go sit in the dark for a bit. Anyways, how are you, bro? Now that I've done complaining. How you doing, man? Van Onkerton, how you doing, fam? How you doing? Dude, oh, fucking hell. Today was back, and now my back is so stiff. I need to crack it, but it doesn't want to crack. Get on the fence about buying a membership to the gym? Dude, I would not be on the fence. I would get that shit immediately. Hands down, best decision I ever made is start going to the gym. It is just, it's phenomenal. And don't do it because you want to lose weight or because you want muscles. Just do it because it feels good. I promise you, you have never felt this good in your life. This is the best that I've ever felt. Just going to the gym every day, you feel refreshed. You feel good. You know. Headless Horse, how you doing, brother? Yeah, but I mean, the other option, Headless Horse, is that we don't stream. It's either early or nothing at all. Because my power's going out at 12 again, same as yesterday. Which means if the earlier I can start, the longer we can stream for. If I started later, we would maybe have like 2 hours, 3 hours of stream, and that just always feels shit. 4 hours is good. 4 hours feels like it's a decent amount of time to stream. Moni, how you doing, fam? Token, how you doing, man? Yeah, so it's still Well, I don't know. What time do you go to bed normally, Headless? Put in a little Heimlich on my belly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea to try and crack my back right now. I mean, because it's just stuff. And it's gonna be like that because I literally just did back. I feel, man, I'm good. Just damn tired of this load shedding. I mean, I'm a gamer, and now Eskim is saying to us, no, you're not. I mean, how can you game and play WoW in this load shedding? And I'm working from home now. I just want to leave this country. I would argue that leaving the country is probably not the best idea. Either Crab, how you doing, man? Like, the thing is, okay, so right now in the world, I don't know if there's a country that is necessarily better off than South Africa. I mean, don't get me wrong, South Africa is kind of fucked. But the rest of the world is fucked as well. You know, Europe has its own energy crisis that is probably going to come to a head reasonably soon. Because yeah, it's gonna, right? At some point, Europe is going to run out of energy, and then they're going to have to implement load shedding and things like that as well. So that is a reasonably... There's like, I would say there's a decent chance of that. 30%, maybe 40%, but there is a chance of that. Every country in the world has its own issues. What I would do instead, which is what I've done, I would buy a battery, I would buy an inverter, and basically get yourself off the grid in South Africa. I mean, you should be fine, you know. I don't know, where do you live currently? Where in South Africa? Whereabouts? Ace, how you doing, fam? When was the last time you actually played WoW? I missed the Dirty Warlock in the background. The last time I played WoW was like a week ago, maybe. Actually, not 7 days, more like 4 or 5 days ago. It's, I don't think people understand what load shedding does to your like what it does to you psychologically. You know, so Eskim or people in South Africa love to talk about the economic effects of load shedding, right? And they like to talk about how, you know, shops are losing crazy amounts of money and, you know, things aren't going well. But I feel like there's so much more to this load shedding thing from a psychological perspective that no one ever seems to talk about, right? Because from a psychological perspective, put yourself in this position. When I woke up this morning, I woke up with no electricity, zero, right? So I basically had to use a little headlamp in order to get myself dressed so that I could see exactly what clothes I'm wearing today, and to brush my teeth. Leaving the house, it was dark because there's no lights. I couldn't have coffee or anything like that before the gym. I just had to get in the car and go to the gym. I get to the gym, all of the traffic lights is off, everything is dark. Get to the gym, it's being load shed as well. So, you know, the air conditioner isn't running. There's like barely anything going on. It's just the lights, the bare minimum. So it's hot, it's humid, it's shitty, basically. Leave it, right? Now the power is back on. I'm coming home. I get to my house, but it's not as if the power is back and now it's good, because I know that I am now on the clock. Right? I'm on the clock. My power goes out again at 12. And then it only comes back at 2. And then it goes out again at 6. So my entire day is now divided in these small little 4-hour sessions where I have to get everything done before the power goes out. And then for 2 hours you sit and you do nothing. It completely breaks your day. Like, everything stops. Now you're sitting there, you're waiting for the power to come back on. Then the power comes back on and you have to re-switch yourself into work mode. Because remember, you were forced to just go out of work mode because there's no electricity. Now you have to force yourself back into work mode. But you know full well that within the next 4 hours, it's going to go down again. So whatever you do can't last longer than 4 hours. So I'll give you guys an example. When I want to edit a video, I have a video that I've already made that I really want to get to editing. I haven't started editing the video yet because I know I won't be able to finish. And now you could say, well, Ackland, you could save it and you could edit it over multiple days. But I really don't think I can, because usually for me, I will change from one day to the next in terms of what I like and what I don't like. So when I start editing a video, I want to edit it and finish it in one sitting, because I have a plan of what I want to do, and then I want to apply that plan. If I do it the next day, I'm picking up halfway through. Now I have to basically change a bunch of things because I've immediately thought of new things that I would rather do. So it just feels awkward and weird. Instead, what I'm doing now in the 4 hours is I'm collecting footage based on all of the ideas that I come up with. And then hopefully when I finally have a good amount of hours available, I will sit down, choose one folder with footage based on the feeling that I have that day on how I want to edit it. And then that will be my editing thing. But you can't take on any task that's going to last longer than what your electricity will allow for. So no one ever talks about that. No one speaks about the incredible impact that this shit has on your mentality, your psychology, the emotional, just the emotional roller coaster that you're on with load shedding. And then tonight, when I go to bed, it's load shedding again. Right? So I wake up in darkness. I go to bed in darkness. I have moments of darkness throughout the day. It's very difficult. And now, I guess let's do a little bit of an update here, since I said I would. So there's now a bunch of companies and corporations and organizations in South Africa that is suing Eskom and the government because of load shedding. The first thing I want to say about this is, why now? After all these years of being load shed, after all these years of Eskom and the government not being able to get their shit straight, now the organizations, the non-profits and the unions and the political parties are suddenly jumping into action, and they're going, yeah, now we'll do it. Well, the problem is you're too late. Because even if you win, even if you manage to get the courts to force the government into anything, it's too late. Eskom is screwed already. I mean, nothing that Eskom does now is going to fix the electricity problems within the next 5 years. Eskom's own projections say that it's going to take them at least until 2027, maybe even 2028, in order to fix the electricity problems and in order to eliminate load shedding. Why? Because the government needs to be involved in every single one of the solutions. The government cannot have a solution that it cannot... And right now, it's sort of like an ego thing for the government, right? If the government privatizes the majority of Eskom, and I'm not saying privatize the whole of Eskom, I'm saying privatize the power stations. If the government did that, they couldn't claim that they were the ones who solved the power problems. They simply wouldn't be able to. So instead, what the government is doing is they're holding on for dear life in the hopes that somehow someone magically comes up with a fix for load shedding so that they can tell the country, look at us, we fixed it for you. You know, pray to us mortals because we are your saviors. This is what government is. Luckily, this will probably lead to their downfall. Now, to the exact court cases and the legal sort of challenges that Eskom and the government is going to face, there really seems to be only one organization that I think is actually doing the right thing with these, because all of the other organizations, they're suing Eskom and the government under the idea that constitutionally South Africans have the right to electricity and have the right to own a business and have the right to work. And none of that matters, because even if the High Court of South Africa finds in favor of the plaintiffs, so even if the High Court says, yes, absolutely, people have the right to electricity and they have the right to work, Eskom cannot provide electricity. Physically, they don't have the electricity. So what does it matter? The courts are just basically going to say, yeah, you guys are absolutely correct. They should be doing this. They can't, though. Great. So it's useless. The only organization that really, I think, is doing the right thing here is Solidarity. So Solidarity is not just suing Eskom, they're suing NERSA. And specifically, So for those of you that don't know, and I'm aware that the majority of my viewers are American and from Europe, so you guys wouldn't know who NERSA is. NERSA is the governmental body that determines the pricing as well as the regulatory framework for Eskom. So if you want to produce electricity within South Africa, if you want to open your own sort of energy generating plant, you need a license and the registration forms from NERSA. They're the ones that will allow for that to happen. It takes months, if not years, to get approved by NERSA, even with the incredible problems that South Africa is facing. You still can't just open your own power plant, right? You can't just put up a bunch of solar panels and sell that electricity to Eskom, because no, you need the documentation as well as the licensing from NERSA before you can start building it. And then, of course, once you've built it and you have all of that registration, you need to go enter into an agreement where Eskom will actually buy it from you. You can't just sell it to Eskom. Eskom needs to buy it from you, and that's another license and an agreement that has to be entered into there. So basically red tape all around, because the government has to be involved in all of it, of course, as always. Now, what Solidarity is asking is for all applications in order to open power stations in South Africa to be made public. They want to see the list of all companies that have applied for a license in order to open power plants in South Africa. And then they want to see how many of those corporations and companies have been declined and on what basis. So this is the only lawsuit that I'm really interested in, because it's the only one that I think matters. Because, as I already explained, the others are basically grandstanding. And also, what is the court actually going to do? Genuine question. So the High Court comes out and says, yes, absolutely, the government have failed in their duties to the Constitution. Then what? Are they going to arrest the president? I don't think so. Are they going to declare the government invalid? I doubt they have that ability. Could the courts force an early election? Maybe. Although I'm not entirely sure if that's how it works. Even if we had an early election, most South Africans, or the majority of South Africans, probably still vote for the ANC. So at the end of the day, like, what does this even matter? It's just grandstanding. That's all it is. It's just to make South Africans think that they are at least doing something. And all of this boils down to a fundamental misconception that we as humans have. People believe, or people want to believe, people want to live in this rosy world where the government takes care of us. You know, the government cares, and the government really wants to work on your behalf. They're servants of the people. That's what they like to call themselves. When in reality, the government serves itself, always, first. Let me put this into perspective. Why do I say this? Well, because the government isn't some high-born godlike entity. It's made up of human beings, right? And human beings, I contend, take care of themselves first. Let me put this into perspective so that, you know, all of you can sort of understand. Imagine there was a magic wand and some magic words and some magic actions that could be taken that would basically remove all crime from a society instantly. So imagine if the Minister of Police in South Africa, it's called the Minister of Police Services. Every country has their version of that ministry. So basically, the Minister of Police has to wave the wand in a specific manner. Then all of the employees in the Department of Police have to chant a series of words in a specific manner. And then all of the police officers in the country have to go out and stomp their feet twice at preordained locations. Okay? And if everyone does this, crime instantly stops. No more crime whatsoever, ever. What are the chances that they would actually do it? In your opinion, chat. Anyone in chat. What do you think the chances are of that actually happening? Why would it never happen? Alderzin, how you doing? But why? Why? I mean, the police is there to fight crime, right? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they want to do that? That's the ultimate way of fighting crime. The magic wand would put them all out of work. So they would basically be doing society a service, but they would instantly lose their job because we don't need a police force if we don't have crime. So how is it that everyone can instantly understand that government will never solve a problem that it was employed to take care of? We can all understand that instinctively. And yet we can't see that in every single way, shape, and form. Like in every aspect of society, people have sort of like these mental gymnastics to sort of explain why, no, this will not happen to me, right? Or this thing that I really care about, the government also really cares about this thing. By the way, the worst thing the world could ever have done is make poverty the #1 issue for government. Because exactly why the police minister will not eliminate all crime is why the minister that oversees poverty in the country will never eliminate all poverty. It's exactly the same reason. Why would I eliminate something that will make me lose my fucking job? I'm not going to do that. That would be stupid. Every single thing the government touch will need to exist into perpetuity in order to ensure that the government remains in a job, so to speak. So this is the problem that South Africans still deal with quite heavily, because I see it all the time. Last night I was watching this news broadcast where they were talking to 2 members of unions, and the unions were sort of going, the government is using these load shedding things as a ploy to privatize the electricity markets, and that's why all of this is happening, and we need the workers to take control of the power stations because that's the only way that this will be fixed. And I'm like, nah, fam. Nah, fam, you need competition. The whole problem here is because the government controls everything. That's why we have this problem. We need competition. We don't need more centralization. We need more decentralization. That's ultimately the only thing that will fix this. But no one can think that way. This is, by the way, why things like socialism and communism doesn't work. This is why socialism and communism doesn't work, because both of those systems relies on a benevolent government. It relies on this government that exists somewhere in some fantasy world where the government actually truly does care about the people, when in reality, the government has never cared about the people. The government cares about itself. And as long as you have a government that cares about itself, there can be no system that provides the government with more power than what is absolutely necessary. And with both socialism and communism, the government gains way too much power, in my opinion. So that's the update right now. There's court cases. I'll give you guys updates as we continue, as we learn more about this. Multiple political parties as well as NGOs and unions are taking the government to court for some reason. I don't know. Especially the constitutional ones are stupid to me. Because, okay, so the courts are going to agree with you. Yes, the government should absolutely provide electricity to everyone. But what if they can't? So, that's going to be really fun. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, that's the update of South Africa at the moment. It sucks. It's horrible. It's shit. But this is life. This is our life at the minute, at least. Was the electricity situation always this bad? If not, what happened? Population demand grew too fast? Abawar, no. Many people don't know this, but back in 1999, 1999, Eskom won the award in New York City for the best managed power utility company in the world. It was the best managed power utility company in the world. Apocalypse, how you doing, man? Yeah, I know that people are getting ads. I'm playing the ads. Don't worry about it. I am playing them. So just chill out, boys. Chill out. I'm doing it on purpose. So that we can get into normal discussions about stuff and you guys don't get bombarded with ads. People should know by now that we play ads usually in the first half an hour of stream so that we don't have to play ads later. And yet they still lose their shit whenever there's ads. Dude, you're lucky. Do you have any idea how hot it is here? Dude, it's stupid. It's stupid. It's so fucking hot. And I don't know if it's gonna get better. What's the... Either crap, you wouldn't get them, you're subbed. I want to see what the temperature is like today. Because it is a bit disgusting. Yeah, it's getting to about 29 degrees Celsius today, but it already feels like it's 29 degrees, to be fair. Who cares if people at the government needs jobs? Fuck the government. We don't need one. If someone has to lose their job to make the country better, then so be it. King Julian, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course, everyone agrees with that. But that doesn't speak to what the government thinks. I agree with you, bro. But the government doesn't agree with you. The government thinks you're full of shit. They don't want to lose their jobs. They want to keep working. So I agree with you full-fledged. The government should lose its job. But the government does not agree with you there. It was already 30 degrees this morning when I left for work. Jesus. Windy and floody, but at least the electricity is cheaper. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's not... it's very hot
Morny. Who is next?
Up next is Rin the Mage. I'm pulling them in right now.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. What question do you have for me, sir?
Yo. Well, I have two questions. Second one I'll only ask if you didn't already talk about the first one. Have you heard about the theory that we might have inadvertently saved N'Zoth from his fate in BFA?
I made a video way back. Someone that has the ability to spread fake news body, because at the moment of your death, the blade will absorb you. Before you even did it. And rather than try and resist what you're going to do, he would use what you were about to do to his favor. Now, I speculated at the time, because by losing, you give up territory.
That's why he's the best villain since Arthas.
I'm just trying to see which one of these. That's why he's one of my most beloved characters. He's definitely my top 5 because I love characters that is sort of more strategist rather than just pure fucking let's go. Yeah, we don't have that either. At least where I live, Token, we don't have 40 plus, but we do sometimes get into 30 plus territory. 40 is a bit high, but that's only on the coast where I live. If you go a little bit in, right, so a bit inland into the Western Cape, like into the middle of the Western Cape, there it's 40 plus, 80% humidity, easy. It's almost consistently part of things. I like the sort of... And once she had her freedom, she seemed to have been very insistent on getting away as quickly as possible. Walk into... Something happened as well. It was anything new can be cleaned. Like basically at the beginning of every expansion and every patch. Alright, I have a better idea. Instead of making this video, would you guys like to hear my theory on the old gods? Like, because so many of you have asked me about the old gods and have wanted my opinion on the whispers and, you know, what the old gods have said and what the old gods have been speaking about. So would you guys like to get that theory? and then we'll make that the video for today instead. Suck me in with the old gods. That's all I ever want from you. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. All right. So we obviously need to talk about the old gods. This is a theory that I didn't cover originally, or at least I didn't even cover the news on this because I thought it was already done. You know, I genuinely thought that we had taken care of this because I made a video literally right after the fight with Rathian. I made a video talking about the fact that N'Zoth isn't dead. And I believe the Rathian fight proves that. But then, of course, we have new whispers from the old gods, and many people are sort of losing their minds over these new whispers because they seem to prove things. So let's get into the actual discussion. Before that, though, I want to quickly just show you guys. This was a whisper that I received from Asiluan. Thank you so much for the whisper there, bro. Really appreciate that. But this is from World of Warcraft's TikTok account.
Hidden lurking on the bottom of the ocean floor in the Dragon Isles, you could stumble across some pretty cool things. Located on the map here in the Azure Span, you could find this big pile of gold, bones, tentacles, and this eye.
That's old god shit. Literally right off the coast of the Dragon Isles. That's old god stuff. And before you think, oh, but Acheron, maybe it's just there for cool stuff, Blizzard has a history of doing exactly this. Putting in small little breadcrumbs to major storylines further down the road.
Eye staring around. It kind of looks like one of the eyes from the old gods. So, what does this mean for the future of Azeroth? I have no idea. I'm just the TikTok guy.
Alright, so that's from the official World of Warcraft TikTok. Already teasing the old god stuff. And then, of course, we have when Noble spoke to Steve Denuser, he asked him about the old gods, and Steve Denuser said, well, you know, it's the old gods. We're never quite done with them. So, more evidence there that the old gods are not done. They have not been done for a really long time. But then, of course, we get into the whispers, the new ones from the old gods. This, of course, is during the Dragonflight storyline. You time travel to the beginning or the early days of Ny'alotha. And when you get into Ny'alotha, for those of you that don't know the original story, the old gods managed to effectively turn all of the elemental lords against one another. So this drove the elemental lords mad, and they basically waged these giant wars on behalf of the old gods. Because for some reason, the old gods just wanted to fight, which is very reminiscent of the H.P. Lovecraft universe. Cthulhu, in the Call of Cthulhu, the book from H.P. Lovecraft, the old gods effectively, or the outer god, Cthulhu, makes it very clear that his only real goal is to free humans. He wants humans to be free, to make love and war and fight with no remorse. Because they believe that our ability to sort of hold ourselves back, to not act on our instincts, that's imposed on us. That's not true freedom. They want to free us so that we can wage war, and the old gods very much seem to only wage war against each other. But let's go through these whispers very quickly, and I'll blow them up a little so you guys can see. The observing presence whispers, "You will die. You will betray your friends. Your friends will abandon you. Your courage will fail." These are whispers that we've heard in one form or another throughout our experiences with N'Zoth specifically. N'Zoth have said this to us. Yogg-Saron have said this to us, constantly telling us that those that you consider to be on your side isn't really on your side. And then, of course, we have the piercing presence, and that whisper there, "You cannot succeed. Your cause is hopeless. No one is coming to save you. You have already lost. All of your friends are dead. Your allies will leave you behind." Very similar to the whispers that we heard from Il'gynoth. When we fought Il'gynoth, he constantly told us that you are already dead. You've already lost. Your friends will betray you. constantly maddening presence says hope is an illusion. All that you know will fade. You will be alone in the end. Trust is your weakness. And then, of course, we get to the real whispers. From the knowing presence, he says, I know you. What you were. What you will yet be. You will follow him to the deep places. The dark waters will flow in his wake. With many eyes they will see again. They will drink and be uplifted. Deeper, deeper its roots will reach, welcoming our embrace. Her dreams sing beneath the surface. Our dreams, our song. This, of course, speaks directly to Azeroth. Her dreams beneath the surface. And according to them, it is their dreams. It is their song that she sings. Now, an interesting thing here, just very quickly for those of you that is really into speculation, I have a theory at the moment that suggests that the old gods are not, as we have been told, from the void, but that they are from Azeroth herself. The old gods are servants of Azeroth. This is why they're so obsessed with her. This is why they're so incredibly linked to her, because she created them. She gives life. They give life, if you think about it. Because of them, we all have life. The curse of flesh, or as they call it, the gift of flesh, right? That's what gave us life. And also, that's what gave us free will. We know from the Journal of Tyr, they made the Keepers. And then suddenly when the curse of flesh set in, the Keepers call it the curse of flesh, the dwarfs just fucked off. They just took off, ran away in their own directions, because suddenly they were free to think for themselves, and they said, nah, screw it. We don't want to do what the Keepers are saying. And of course, the Keepers tried to keep up with them, tried to keep an eye on them, but they managed to escape. So the fact is that the old gods not only gave us flesh, but they also gave us free will. They gave us the ability to say, no, thank you. I don't want to be enslaved to you. I don't want to do what you say. The most important one of all, though, is I know you, what you were, what you will yet be. Now remember, this takes place in a separate timeline. This is where we are. We're in a different timeline now. Because remember what we're told. Chromie and Eternus is falling through timelines and they can't escape. They're spiraling through these timelines and causing havoc as a result of this. This is how we find ourselves in a separate timeline in Ny'alotha. And even there, the presence of N'Zoth tells us, I know you, what you were, what you will yet be. Because they saw it. Remember, we know that the old gods see 1,000 truths. And all that really refers to is that the old gods see every single one of the timelines. They know what we will do even before we do it. I know you, what you were, what you will yet be, what we will do to them. They knew. So how do you kill something that knows that you wish to kill it? Why would he allow us to do so? Remember, all throughout BFA, he tests us. I've gone over this so many times. In the Crucible of Storms, the whispers there, let's just quickly, I want to go Crucible of Storms. The Crucible of Storms is, I want to get to that fight. There's 2 fights here. But where's the whispers of these fights? Is it Unat that says this? Or is it actually, I think it may be the first 2. Maybe these, the Restless Cabal. Let's do the Restless Cabal. Because they have the whispers that I'm seeking at the minute. This is the raid strategy. That's definitely not what I want. Here we go. Restless Cabal. I want the whispers. Strategy loot quotes. The saint of mortal filth defiles this chamber. They are insolent, unworthy of his gift. He has awakened, and they shall slumber in his stead. Let their flesh become an offering of atonement. Quake in fear of his endless strength, kneel in the shadow of his glory. Behold the end of your pitiful defiance. Your pathetic existence will be washed away. Your screams will echo through his halls. All will be consumed. You are but rubble in the storm's wake. Tremble before his hunger, his darkness. You will drown in your terror. Unworthy, your dream dies. He will yet claim you. Your terror will be unending. When they kill us, they say unworthy. Why? Why unworthy of what? To what extent are we unworthy? Unworthy how? A test. Most likely a test. But then of course we can go to Unat as well. Of course we're gonna need the right general year, because I'm pretty sure there's a whisper year as well of this is the right strategy. That's not what I need. I'm pretty sure he has a whisper as well about testing us and how we're found wanting whenever we die. Quotes, N'Zoth whispers, 6 seats at the high table, 6 mouths that hunger, 1 will consume all the others. This may have been in regards to the Eternal Ones, although I'm not entirely sure. She is not the last, but the first. Drown her, and you will see the veil wanes, his crown, Voidstone. With every choice, you become more my servant. At last, embrace the truth of shadow. Yes, you draw closer, ever closer. Ah, you think you know power. The storm holds strength, but there is a price to be paid. Harness your fury. Make your hatred a weapon. Children, the depths are my domain. Let the tides draw you into my dream. Deeper, ever deeper. Does any of this sound like he hates us? Like he wants to kill us? I would say no. I would say absolutely not. These lowly mortals desecrate your shrine, master. Let us drown them and wash away their defiance. Patience, patience. They may yet prove worthy to receive my gift. I will taste their dreams, their flesh. Let it be as you command. They will serve or they will die. Pay the price for your defiance. Bow before your true master. His eyes behold every truth, every unnumbered crime. All glory to the master. His wrath has awakened. Taste his true power. He's devoted, outnumbered the sands, the stars. Obey, kneel, wither. His gaze falls upon every path, every dream given form. Aid your faithful servant, O mighty N'Zoth. Master, they are worthy. When he dies, when we die in the Racist Cabal, they say unworthy. Right? Unworthy. But when Unat dies, upon his death, he says, Master, they are worthy. Tests. All of it. Constantly. Tests. Why test us? Specifically, if we now know that he knew before we even got to him that we will eventually try to defeat him. Why test us? Why try to make us stronger when he knows what we will yet be, what we will become, what we will do, when he knows us? I mean, here he goes. You will follow him to the deep places. The dark waters will flow in his wake. He knows exactly what we will do even before we do it. And yet, he allows us to kill him? I don't buy it. And here's why I don't buy it. When we fight Rathian, and this is literally what started my theory that N'Zoth isn't dead. N'Zoth says at the start of the encounter, "Come, my chosen, witness the fate of this world. Behold the one who shall herald its coming. My dear friends, a wondrous honor has been bestowed upon you, the chance to embrace your destiny as I have. N'Zoth has shown me the inevitable truth that to save Azeroth, we must accept his gift. Kneel and serve. It is the only way. Rathian assumes his dragon form. And then, of course, at the end, we see N'Zoth once again whisper the following. You tread within a vision of what was and what will be. My empire is this world's inevitable destiny. It's right there. The patch is called The Visions of N'Zoth. In the fight against Rathian, he tells us, you tread within a vision of what was and what will be. A vision. We never fought N'Zoth. The more important thing here, perhaps, is why does Rathian, after seeing the truth, the inevitable truth that N'Zoth shows him, Rathian doesn't say that N'Zoth's victory is inevitable and in order to survive, we have to choose him. No. Rathian says, N'Zoth has shown me the inevitable truth that to save Azeroth, we must accept his gift. Save Azeroth from what? Why exactly? What is it that is happening to Azeroth? Remember, Sylvanas tells us that this world is a prison right before she tears open the skies and brings in the eternal world. We know that the Titans have a weird history on Azeroth, and not a history that is built on mutual trust and honesty. Let's be very clear. Whatever the Titans are doing, they've never actually told us. We usually figure it out afterwards, and then whenever we do figure it out, it doesn't take long for us to realize that we are but pawns in their game. This is a massive problem. Sabin, you're correct. Even Zuval says that death should not have been chained. What is he talking about? We hear about chains all the time. We hear about enslavement all the time. We hear from the old gods consistently that Azeroth needs to be saved, that Azeroth itself is a prison, that the world isn't free. Is everyone lying? Is it only the Titans that seem to be telling the truth, even though the Titans will never actually tell us the truth? Never. There's something else that stands out to me that I will end this discussion on. Galakrond was created by Yogg-Saron. At least this is the base information we have. We don't actually know if it was Yogg-Saron. We know that Galakrond drank from the waters that was corrupted by Yogg-Saron. At least that is the best guess that the Titans have. The Titans, or the Keepers, didn't think that Yogg-Saron had corrupted the waters of which Galakrond consumed, and then of course became Galakrond. Right at the end, literally the last pages of the Dawn of the Aspects book, when the Keepers ask the Protodrakes if they will accept the gifts of the Titans, Rathian, or not Rathian, Nalfarian is found looking off into the distance, into the mountains, as if listening to something, listening for something. So much so that Nalfarian barely hears what the Titan Keepers are saying. Even though he's standing right next to them, he's found watching, as if seeing something or hearing something. And it isn't until Malygos growls at him that Nalfarian is sort of brought back and almost sort of annoyingly goes, yeah, fine. You know, yeah, I'll take the gifts. Never mind. But something clearly caught his attention. What? What could have caught his attention in that manner? Could it be that the old gods had already started, and then, more importantly, why? Why create a being like Galakrond? What could potentially be the purpose of that? Galakrond is eternally hungry. All he wants to do is feast, which would mean that he was uncontrollable. The old gods don't make mistakes like that. They wouldn't bestow power upon something unless they knew that that power was for a reason. That, to me, I think, is something worth considering. Whatever is happening on Azeroth and whatever is taking place on Azeroth, we do not have the full picture. And I maintain, as I have done since my very first videos on lore in World of Warcraft, I do not view the old gods as an enemy, nor do I necessarily view them as a friend. I do believe that we make a mistake when we take the words of the Titans over the words of the old gods. Because perhaps, just perhaps, it is the old gods that have our best interests at heart. And that's my theory. Anyone that wanted to know why the old gods are still around and why the old gods still seem to know us, seem to know who we are, yes, N'Zoth is still alive. N'Zoth has not been killed. What we saw was a vision, and he told us that. He told us that. Like, legit, you trade within a vision of what was and what will be. And this is after we are teleported out of the room. This is after the vision, when we already see the real Rathian. N'Zoth says, you trade within a vision of what was and what will be. Not that you have traded, but that you are trading. Currently, you're in a vision. None of it was true. Now, of course, this is where we get to the questions of where is N'Zoth now, and we know that Xal'atath had a fundamental role to play in the defeat of N'Zoth, at least the defeat of N'Zoth. Could it be that N'Zoth is inside the blade? Could it be that that's why the blade is gone? Because the blade was gone. After Rathian stabbed N'Zoth with it, the blade disappears. Don't know. Genuinely don't know. But hopefully we'll learn a little bit more. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. If you have, leave a like and leave a comment. Tell me what you think. To all of the patrons, the Twitch subs, and of course the YouTube channel members, thank you so much for all of your support and everything that you do. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Get your free WoW hentai over on Patreon for $1 a month. Peace. And then, of course, if you're watching this live and is very confused, yes, this is going on to YouTube. That's why I did it. N'Zoth literally had the blade and made sure it got into Rathian's hands to stab him. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Alright, so what do we call this video? Rose Fox, how you doing? Zakimi, how you doing? Yes. What the hell, Al didn't release the Buccaneers highlight video? Irina... What?
Brady rolls in trouble.
Wait, am I allowed to watch this? The NFL isn't gonna, like, lose their shit over this, right?
Floats, he's got a man. It is incomplete. Another quick throw over the middle. And it's caught. Perriman's got it. And the ball comes.
Why the fuck would you share this, you piece of shit? Why would you share with me all the things that I fucking hate about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now. They are so shit, bro.
Loose, and Green Bay recovers. It's Savage who's got it. Steps away, throwing tip, incomplete. Beasley in for the Buccaneers. Brady pressured, lost the football. It's free. Chris Jones tries to scoop it.
I don't think Brady slammed Tom to the ground. I think he's coming around and he's got him by the hips and he's rolling through the tackle.
Brady.
By the way, that was one of the most bullshit calls ever. That call, for those of you that don't know, so they basically penalized the defender there because they say he slammed Brady to the ground, which apparently you're not allowed to do to the quarterback. But he didn't slam him to the ground. He tackled him. And then what was he supposed to fucking do? Just let go? I mean, it's supposed to be a tackle, right?
Brady over the middle, batted down. Fires downfield, and the pass is bobbled and dropped.
I get so angry when I watch this shit, bro.
And Brady, and what do we have here with flag? Fournette, he is going to throw it to Brady. Oh, and Brady slips it and is picked up by Tariq Woolen. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Brady on third down. Got him. Goes down. Brady downfield and a diving attempt by Julio Jones. Out of his reach. Pumps. Pressure comes. Throws high.
Jesus.
11th play of the drive, and it's intercepted. Come on. Ball is loose.
Bro, this is
Picked up
fucking
by the
heartbreaking.
49ers. Oh, my goodness. Look at this.
Just hopefully that velocity is there. Here it is on 3rd and 8. Oh, my goodness.
Brady has no chance. Ball's out on the ground and recovered by Cincinnati.
You cry all across the league right now.
There's another fumble. Another mishap.
This is so painful to watch, man.
Bounced off the ground before Pratt got his hands on it.
Oh my gosh, we just showed, right? It's a little risky against him. 2nd and goal. Brady pulls it down, now throws it. Intercepted by Curse. Prescott. Touchdown. Prescott. End zone touchdown, Dallas. Brady throws over the middle, incomplete for Evans.
This is so fucking... This is so sad, man.
A total breakdown in coverage. And Dak Prescott has had a fantastic night.
Yeah, fuck my life, man. Good thing I don't watch football, not rugby. Rugby for wimps, I'm confused. Dude, football is fucking amazing. What are you talking about? Like, football is so much fun. The Buccaneers just suck this year, so now I'm supporting the Cowboys. Like, hopefully the Cowboys... I don't think the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl, but it would be cool. At least one of my teams goes through and wins the Super Bowl. That'd be great. You guys just don't know what good television is. That's the problem. If you guys don't like what... Like, if you don't like football... it's just because you don't understand it. That's literally it. Angstrom, thank you so much for the up to 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For real, man, no pads, no breaks, every 10 seconds, real man sport. So the Buccaneers should play against Manchester United. Fuck off. I don't pay for cable. It's a scam. Good television is a turned off television. I don't know about that. There are some good things now. NFL Live from ZA. It's difficult to find. There are a couple of places, Angstrom, that you can find it, but most of the time I just watch the highlights of the games because it is like super hard to get. Like the best time to get it is sort of after the fact because sometimes there will be places that allow you to sail the high seas and get the games, and that's usually how I watch it because getting it live is very difficult. Ever seen Chiseled Adonis vid? The Russian MMA is always good. I have not, Crabostag. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, man. All right, let's quickly see here. I need to name this video. Fuck. Okay. I've seen Paddy. Have you seen Paddy Crabbo from the MMA? That dude does not look like he's supposed to be able to fight, and yet he fights like a fucking, like he's masterful. I don't know why Paddy the Baddy is as good as he is, but I don't know what the fucking, what the Irish eat, but they seem to be really good at MMA. I genuinely don't understand it. But yeah, they seem to be good. Alright, we're looking for a title for the Old Gods, more specifically for N'Zoth. From Liverpool, not Ireland. He sounds like he's Irish, though. Although, Liverpudlian sounds very Irish, so those accents are basically the same thing. At least to someone like me that doesn't live there. Fuck me. What could I possibly... How do I possibly label this? I doubt that would work. Apocalypse, fucking doubt that would work. I mean, we can test your... Let's test it. Far be it from me to shoot you down, fam. We'll test your, Wait, how? Dude, how? It has 0 power words in it. Like, 0. There's not a single power word in that sentence whatsoever. And yet... it scores a 42%. Like, how is that even possible? And Dario, power words? Yeah, and according to this, it's an intellectual title. Like, it will spark intellectual interest. There's nothing intellectual about that. Because I wouldn't click on that title. Do be the most depraved? Yeah, but it doesn't... I think something might be wrong, because we've seen this yesterday. When you spell Proto-Drake's 2 words, as it's supposed to be spelled, it will lower the score by like 20%. So we once had a score of 36%, and then all I did was I put a space between Proto and Drake's, and it suddenly went down to 16%. Which makes me think that this site doesn't do well with like weird titles. So if you have like a super weird title like this, N'Zoth-chan, Uhu, Step on Me, Tentacle Daddy, it doesn't really like know what to do with that, and so it just gives it a high score because, you know, why wouldn't it? Question that myself. I have like 1 power word, an intellectual word, and I got around 68% on the Legion of the Damned video title. Nice, bro. DJ, how you doing? Alpin, how you doing? Minoir, did you get my message on Discord? Because, so if you go, the reason I said this is, I'll show you a couple of examples here, right? So you look at the majority of South African sort of thumbnails, right? they all follow a like a similar trend, I guess you could say. So you kind of want to fit into this trend, but then also not fit into the trend at all, which should, I think, which should work. There's a couple of channels that deal with similar things that I do. One would be Center for Risk Analysis. So this was sort of the idea that I had, except for like not the rate shit, yeah? Not the rate shit, but kind of a similar type of thumbnail to this. Because it's similar to what what we do. It's discussions, it's talking about what's actually going on and shit like that. So similar, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same. Take the train and turn it on its head. Just moved to a new state up north. Oh, nice. All right, but anyways, back to this title. I don't know if I trust this 42%. And the problem is running with this title. If it's the wrong title, it almost immediately ruins the video. Do you guys think this is what we should do? Should we use this title? Because if this title goes bad, it goes bad, right? It ruins the video. The video will get no views whatsoever. So it's important to get the title right, otherwise you ruin the video. I mean, it says that it's 42%, but I fucking doubt it. No, it didn't. Token. Got 0% on my side. I don't know what site you're using for it. Like, you might be using the wrong site. You want to remove Nazoth-chan. So, let's just call it... let's do this. Let's just call it Nazoth, right? So we just say Nazoth Uhu Step on Me Tentacle Daddy. See what it gets. Still 42%. How? How the fuck does it get that? Uhu, and see what happens. So we're just gonna keep removing things to see what happens, okay? Jesus. It just went up to 50%. Nazoth Step on Me Tentacle Daddy. I still don't understand how it's an intellectual title. This I do not understand. Why is this an intellectual title? What about this title screams intellectual? Like, none of this screams intellectual. What it screams is a TikToker desperate for views. That's what it screams to me. Example in World of Warcraft. What do I consider to be an overpowered character with no flaws that's badly written? Yeah, but Madan can't be counted because Madan was never actually introduced into the game, so I wouldn't count Madan. I wouldn't say Thrall has his flaws. No, Thrall has had many flaws. Thrall has made mistakes. So Thrall wouldn't count there either. Thrall himself admits his mistake in choosing Garrosh as the choosing him as the leader. Maybe Thrall. Yeah, okay. I can see why you guys are saying Thrall. I can see why you guys are saying Thrall. I don't know if I agree, but I do see why you're saying it. I would say Shadowlands Sylvanas, probably. So Legion and Shadowlands Sylvanas would definitely count in that category, just because Blizzard sort of turned Sylvanas into this, into this Mary Sue, that without any explanation as to why she was that powerful. Jaina, she has had challenges, but always got proven right, so she is validated and not flawed. Maybe that's a problem with almost all WoW's characters. Like, World of Warcraft has these favorite characters that they are without flaws. So all of Blizzard's favorite characters have challenges, sure, but their challenges never lead to actual sort of unveiling of flaws and things that's wrong, but more so just a challenge that they need to overcome in order to prove how right they are. Pretty much, Crabbo. Dude, okay, I'm gonna go with this title, even though I'm pretty sure that this title, I'm pretty sure this is a fluke, but I'm gonna go with it. I mean, it's a 50% title. We just have to make fucking sure that the thumbnail is off the hook. Like, the thumbnail has to be balls to the wall good, bro. You know what would be a good idea? Let's do this. Analyze again and just go with remove this bit. Still 50%. So clearly something about this title works. I have a writing video that explains Mary Sue's. Caleb, what do you mean? I mean, we spoke about this yesterday. It's the problem with modern day female characters. It's why so many female actors no longer want to play roles with strong female lead and bullshit in the title, because whenever you say strong female lead, it means that you have a character that has zero depth whatsoever. It's the most one-dimensional character you can ever imagine. Your character is going to be badass. Everything they say is going to be badass. They're not going to have any emotional growth whatsoever. They're basically emotionally stunted at all turns. And everything they get faced with just doesn't work. Metal Fan from Hell, what's the IMDb? So let's say Valma... IMDb. Holy God. 1.3 out of 10, bro. What do people say about it? User reviews: writing sucks, jokes don't land, don't feel like Scooby-Doo at all. More like they wrote a show and put Scooby-Doo characters over their own characters. This is the type of show you start watching and you literally can't bring yourself to finish it because it hurts to watch. Even if it wasn't Scooby-Doo related, it'd still be awful. The humor is like I'm watching Family Guy or Big Mouth, but instead of there being a joke, it's literally just a pop culture reference with no funny attached to it. This makes sense. If shows were to be represented with cereal, the show would definitely be a bowl of wheat with no milk, no flavor, no comedy, nothing. Honestly, I'd actually rather eat a bowl of wheat instead of watch this. Velma just telling everyone they suck, have little dick, and that they're racist. Yeah, but this is usually how this goes, right? Because the modern day Hollywood. So in modern day Hollywood, it's kind of like woman good, men bad, white bad, very bad, and you can't be offensive. Now, what is comedy? What makes comedy comedy? It's usually because it's based on reality, right? So comedy is comedy, and we find things funny when it pokes fun at the status quo. So, for example, when you go out and you watch a comedian like Dave Chappelle, which I, by the way, believe to be one of the greatest living comedians of all time, when you watch Dave Chappelle, he pokes fun at the madness of the modern day, and we find that funny because this is what we're known for right now. We know this world. We all look at this world and we hate what's going on. And then it's the jester, the comedian, that comes in. This is, by the way, why jester used to be a profession. Only the jester would ever have had the right to make fun of the king. And the jester would usually get freedom to make fun of the king. And people would laugh because everyone could see it. And the jester was the only one that was allowed to speak the truth because it was considered to be in good faith, right? When you try to make jokes, but you try to make those jokes as inoffensive as humanly possible, they never land. So, for example, when you come out and you make a joke about small dicks, that's never really been funny. No one's ever really found that funny. But when you can't make jokes about literally anything else, then that's sort of the only thing you can make fun of is small dicks. Because what else are you going to joke about? Because everything else that you could joke about that would actually be funny, you find too offensive to ever joke about. And you definitely cannot make jokes on behalf or, in spite of women. Right? So Velma cannot make jokes about herself because she has to be the strong female lead at all times. And the strong female lead can absolutely not be ridiculed. That would be just against their ideology. This is why ideological comedy fucking blows ass. 100%. And I say this from all sides. So I don't really give a shit about this, but I don't find any late night talk shows funny anymore. When I watch Kimmel, when I watch, what's the other Fox? There's like Kimmel, there's that John Oliver guy, there's the Catholic guy that might be Catholic, might not be, I don't know what the fuck his name is. Then you have Greg Gutfield, who's like the right wing or the conservative version of the fucking of late night talk shows. None of them are funny whatsoever for very different reasons. So all of the left wing guys aren't funny because, well, basically it's ideological comedy, right? So basically they're just poking fun at everything the right does, even though they don't necessarily understand what the right does, so the jokes don't land because they're not funny. And then Gutfield makes fun of the left. And again, I'm sat there watching it going, where's the jokes? I don't understand. I find none of this funny. Because they're not actually poking fun at anything relevant. Because you can't poke fun at your own thing. You have to poke fun at the other people's things the whole time. And none of it lands. Because all of it is done through the lens of ideology. It first has to fit your ideological lens, and then you're allowed to make jokes about it, which just usually means no one enjoys it. The world is fucked, dude, because I don't know. It just seems like we can no longer take a joke. We're no longer allowed to make jokes. And the truth is, I don't think most people are really that offended, if I'm honest. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people really do get that offended by stuff. Worked so well because it fits with the large portion of everyday life. Who the hell is Key and Peele? I don't know who the fuck that is even. Who's Ferguson? Just shows you how much TV I watch, right? Gallagher was awesome. I don't know who that is either. Saturday Night Live is dog shit, by the way. Might be the worst thing on TV. I haven't seen a single good... Actually, no, there is one decent... Like, it has... Every once in a while, it might have a joke by accident. I think it's Saturday Night Live, but it's when... You know those two... Like, it's two guys that pretend to be newsreaders, but then they write each other's jokes. And you have this white guy that just consistently has to, like, fucking read the most racist, like, news ever. Like, the white guy that has to... Like, every once in a while, they'll by accident have, like, a funny joke there. And will make any joke without fear, kind of bog. Albuar, so I actually... I watched an interview where they asked the creators of South Park why they decided to go with cartoon, right? Why wouldn't they do this as like a proper sort of live action sitcom, you know, a similar kind of sitcom live action? Basically, because it's so offensive, people tend to take offense much easier when it's in cartoon form, and it makes the actors feel better doing it, because I mean those actors say some incredibly racist things and bad things sometimes, right? And so it makes them feel better knowing that it's a cartoon character, it's not actually them doing it. So that's why they do it in cartoon form, because it gives them freedom to basically be as offensive as they want to be. Which I can fully understand. Peels, Slave. Slave one is good. Watch your old late night with Craig Ferguson. I'll check it out. Now, late night shows with Conan, not funny guy. Wait, isn't Gordon the guy that stole a joke? I'm pretty sure... Didn't he just very recently steal someone's joke? Pretty sure it's him. Dude, how brazen must you be to just steal a joke? They just go, yeah, I'll have this one. It's like, wow. All right. I don't know. That's a bold choice, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for them. Because, yeah, from Ricky Gervais, of all people as well. Like, way to steal a joke from someone that everyone will immediately know, wait. This is not your joke. What are you doing? All right. So, we obviously need... We obviously need to talk about the old gods. This is a theory that... We obviously need to talk about the old gods. This is a theory that I didn't... that I didn't cover originally, or at least I didn't even cover the news on this, because I thought it was already done. You know, I genuinely thought that we had taken care of this, because I made a video literally right after the fight with Rathian. I made a video talking about the fact that N'Zoth isn't dead, and isn't dead. And I believe the Rathian fight proves that. But then, of course, we have new whispers from the old gods, and many people are sort of losing their minds over these new whispers because they seem to prove things. So none of these guys write their own shit, though, Redo. I mean, that's been true for a very long time, no? These guys don't write their own shit. They have never written their own shit. And I feel like that might be part of the problem. We no longer really have comedy where it's actually like written by the comedian, which is the whole point of comedy, no? When you go watch a stand-up comedian, you're watching it because you want to see the stand-up comedian. You want to hear their jokes. You know, I genuinely thought that we had taken care of this because I made a video literally right after the fight with Rathian. I made a video told you lose your mind when you realize what N'Zoth is trying to do. But I mean, we already have a title. The title is a 50-something%. Is it 54% or something? So we need to go with that title because apparently it's the one everyone wants to fucking see. Even though I am not entirely sure why or how that title is doing that well. It says that it is, so I'm gonna... Again, they will drink and be uplifted. Deeper, deeper its roots will reach. I usually leave titles for 24 hours, Albuar. And then if I still see that it's like not doing well and no one's really picking up on it, that's when I'll go in and change it. Unless I have like a very brilliant idea and I'm like, oh shit, I really need to do this. This is the one. Otherwise, I leave it for 24 hours and be done with it. Because 24 hours is basically what you need. Your dream dies. He will yet claim you. Your terror. Kevin Hart doesn't write his own jokes? Really? Are you sure about that? Because I genuinely can't even believe that Kevin Hart... Because he's actually very good. At least I like him. Alright, we're almost done, boys. We're almost done. Let me just get this over and done with, and then we can get into some reactions. You trade within a vision of what was and what will be. Token, I'm pretty sure. So I've spoken to, like, I've heard Jimmy Carr say that he does write his own stuff. I know he has had jokes written by Frankie Boyle, for example. He's had jokes written by other people. But I want there was this like, it's an American show, but it was like comedians that would all sit in the circle thing, and then there would be like people in a bar around them all drinking and listening to them talk. And Jimmy Carr was sitting here, and there was another guy next to him. And they were telling this story about how Jimmy Carr had a joke that he didn't want to do because it didn't work with his with the show that he was putting out. So he gave his joke that he wrote to this other guy, and then this guy gave the joke that he wrote that was too offensive for his show. He gave that joke to Jimmy Carr. The improv stuff, but the stage show stuff and the TV stuff, he doesn't write. Oh yeah, but no, I mean, if you're talking about the sort of stuff that goes like before 8 out of 10 Cats does Countdown, or the 8 out of 10 Cats, yeah, that I believe he doesn't write, because those are all mass-produced bullshit, right? So there, I agree with you. But when it comes to his stand-up, I'm pretty sure he claims that he writes it all himself. By the way, what's happened to Frankie Boyle? Because he used to be massive, and I barely see him nowadays. That he told us that, like, legit, you trade within a vision of what was and what will be. And this fuck, isn't that what fucked up Sean Locke as well? Like, Sean Locke got cancer as well, no? In the defeat of N'Zoth, at least the defeat of N'Zoth, could it be that N'Zoth is inside the blade? Could it be that that's why the blade is gone? Because the blade was gone. After Rathian stabbed N'Zoth with it, the blade disappears. All of the good comedians, bro. Don't know. All of the fucking genuinely good comedians, man. But hopefully we'll learn a little bit more. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. If you have, leave a like and leave a comment. Tell me what you think. To all of the patrons. Is it gonna fit? Shit, barely, man. Fucking barely. To all of the patrons. To all of the patrons, the Twitch subs, and of course the YouTube channel members, thank you so much for all of your support and everything that you do. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Get your free wow. Wait. Rod Gilbert is dead? No fucking way. I never even heard of him dying. And I actually liked him. I need to make sure about this. Here we go. Rod Gilbert reveals stage 4 cancer is always on his mind. That he had stage 4 cancer in July, although did not specify where the disease was. Rod Gilbert has given fans an update on his cancer treatment. The comedian announced his stage 4 cancer diagnosis in July last year after his pre-diagnosis symptoms worsened. He told fans he would disappear for a while as he underwent treatment at Valinder Cancer Centre in Wales. The 54-year-old has now said cancer is on his mind 24/7 and that he is also really aware of the toll it takes on his mental health. In The Guardian, Gilbert said, "It does feel weird. I don't know how much to talk about the cancer. I haven't really worked out what to say. I'm really aware of mental health now, and I'm checking in with myself every day. I feel fine, weirdly. I'm happy, optimistic, and hopeful that next year it'll all come good." Jesus. Dude, this is actually sad, because Rod Gilbert is actually funny as fuck. Stage 4 isn't good, no? Like, stage 4 is, like, really bad. Yeah, I think Rod Gilbert may be one of the funniest guys Yeah, he was on Taskmaster, and he's, in my opinion, he's at his funniest in Would I Lie to You. Like, the Would I Lie to You stuff, that's his funniest shit. But if you've never watched that, do yourself a favor. Watch Would I Lie to You. Peace. Have you seen his stand-up? The cat who looks like Nicholas Lyndhurst? So fucking good. I have not. I've actually never watched the stand-up. I've only ever seen him on Would I Lie to You. And I love watching that shit. Alright, we can export. Now we can chat. Stage 4 is the worst it can be. Fuck. Hopefully it's like an easier cancer to take care of. Because there are cancers that's really bad. And then there's cancers that's like, you know, whatever. Hopefully it's not like skin cancer or something. Because that shit is fucking horrid. So what's everyone up to? You know, other than just watching me edit videos. Is anyone doing anything interesting? Gentlemen, I am now going to obtain membership to a gym and pump some iron. Van Ankerton, nice, bro. Like, what's your goal with the gym? What are you hoping to achieve? Nah, just reading. What are you reading, Headless? Playing Zelda. What's for breakfast, Redoof? Or what do you want for breakfast? Again, playing Vampire Survivor while waiting for a meeting in about an hour? Shit, Metal Fan. What's the meeting about? Just revitalizing my core and arms? Going and probably failing at school? Yeah, that's how it should go, right? A web novel. I'm making a mech industrial exosuit 3D model for my portfolio. Oh shit, Albiwar. I want to see that. Standard weekly handler meeting. Handler? Are you a spy? Do you work for the CIA? Are you my FBI agent? Your core and your arms. Yeah, I would say my advice. Now, obviously, everyone's going to be different. But for me personally, the best advice I can give anyone: don't go to the gym to build muscle. Don't go to the gym to lose weight. Go to the gym to feel good. Here's why. If you go to the gym because you want to build muscle, it takes a long time. Like you're going to be in that gym probably for 2-3 years before you start seeing like proper results. Like obviously you'll see results, right? You'll see yourself getting bigger, getting more sort of, you know, powerful and whatever. But you won't like get noticeably bigger. That takes a very long time. If you want to go for weight loss, same thing. You don't notice the weight that you're losing fast enough to really keep yourself motivated. But if you go just because you want to feel good, that's instant. You start feeling good from the first day that you go to the gym. Not while you're doing it, granted, but right after. Like every single time I leave the gym, I feel good. I feel like, you know, your mind's clear, you feel better, you feel healthier. It's always better. Did you get that payment sent through? Apocalypse, no, because my power going out, I keep forgetting. I am so sorry. I'll do it right now. Like as soon as this export is done, I'll quickly do it. Because with the power going out, just it throws my mind all over the place, and then I go, okay, I'm gonna do it now, and then once the power comes back on, there's like a million new things that I'm thinking about, and then I do the things that I'm thinking about instead of actually getting that shit done. So I'll do it now. I have no illusions about it. Used to do lots of gym. Now I'm just trying to regain some health. Legs are fine since I cycle everywhere anyway. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I recently started doing something new at the gym. Like a week and a half ago, I started doing this, and I'm sort of in full-fledged now. Every single day after my workout. So, you know, hit the weights, because that's what I mostly do. I start with the Wendler. So I follow the Wendler program, which basically means on Mondays I do squats. On Tuesdays I do bench. On Wednesdays I do deadlifts. And then on Thursdays, I do military press. So it's basically the 4 main muscles that a man needs to exercise every single week. And then right after that, I do like weight training to strengthen sort of those muscles, but also the muscles around it. You know, so sort of like the secondary muscles that helps you go even harder on those primary exercises. But then right after my workout, 3 minutes of intense fitness. So either really fast walking on the treadmill, but specifically the CrossFit treadmills. It's the treadmills that don't run by themselves. You literally walk, and the faster you walk, the faster it goes. So it doesn't have a motor that sort of turns alongside it. Or like skiing or rowing or cycling, but something. But for 3 minutes, as if you're being chased. So basically you have to go as hard as you possibly can for 3 minutes straight. I've been doing that now for about a week and a half. And the results are almost instant, bro. Like last week, I couldn't even do a full 3 minutes. I couldn't even do a full 3 minutes. Today, got on the assault bike, and I mean, I was fucking dead. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I felt good. Like, after about 1 minute and 30 seconds, I was proper spent. But I managed to get to the 3 minute mark without having to take a break at all. And I felt so fucking proud of myself, bro. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. You know, I sure, eventually I was doing it real slow because I was fucking tired. But I managed to get there without taking a break. And that made me happy. Also, I get off work at 6:30, and shops open at 7. I have really good time there for gym, so I don't need to go to the shop later in the day. You work at night, but Ankerson. Yeah, I'm hoping to do the same thing, quite honestly. Like, as soon as I've sorted out my power problems, my idea is to go back to evening streams and then sleep during the day, because that's going to make things perfect. Right after work, I can sort of relax and do my thing, which is going to be nuts. Where the hell did this come from? Hold up, fam. I need to see something here. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, never mind. For a second there, I was a little confused about what the fuck's going on here. Pox, I'm sending it now. Anyway, enough procrastination. It's time to hit the gym. Wait, you're going now? Good on you, fam. Like, fucking good on you, man. I need to get to a gym. I just need to get someone to train me. Geek Out Corner, how you doing, fam? Why do you need someone to train you? I don't understand. Why? Why not just train yourself? Holy, how you doing, fam? I mean, it's not that hard doing it yourself. Personally, I would do it myself. I wouldn't, like, fuck someone training you. I started developing muscle atrophy in my leg, so I need to figure out how to reactivate those muscles that won't mess me up. How did that happen, Geek Out Corner? If you don't mind me asking, if it's like really personal, you don't have to say. But I would be interested to know how that would happen. Should I watch your stream and fall asleep, or a YouTube reaction to Preach and fall asleep? Holy, I don't know. Like whichever one you want, I guess. Listen to music also helps with workouts. I do shadow boxing for about 20 minutes. Boxing is so much fucking, like, that's so much fitness. There's few things in this world that fucks you up quite on the level of boxing, bro. It doesn't seem like much, but next time you're anywhere near like a boxing, like a punching bag, just do 3 minutes. 3 minutes of punching bag. Just feel what that feels like. It's death. It's like death. You feel like you're about to die. And it's just punching a bag. That's it. It's punching a bag, but you feel like you're about to die. It is just ridiculous fitness. Alright, boys. Time for the thumbnail. We already did a WoW theory, Holy. You missed it. That's coming tonight. You missed it, bro. You're late. If you were here earlier, you would see it. Oh yeah, I do it twice a week for like 15 minutes afterwards. It feels like my arms are falling off. I still have to do that because there's a punching bag at the gym. So I should just do that. Okay, so this is going to be... It's a video about the old gods. So we're obviously going to need one of the old gods, right? Well, it's a video about N'Zoth specifically, so we need N'Zoth. Do I have a picture of N'Zoth? Give me a second here, please. Rudolf? Goed in jij extreem. Wat's fout? Ek gaan stream tot die krag afgaan. En dan jy kan altyd na die krag aankom kom. Is welkom te kom. 2 uur. Okay, maar Dolf, dan jy kan maar kom. Ek sal vir jou kom oopmaak, is reg. Jy kan maar kom, ek sal nou... Alright, mam. Okay, met ek dan so lank vir Damon bel en vir hom sê met jou oopmaak. Alright, ek maak so Dolf. Okay, bye-bye. Bye. Sorry guys, I'll be right with you. Ai, Damon, is de Stefan met praat toe gaan het. Baie goed, dankie Damon. Damon, my broer kom hiernatoe, dis nommer 55. My broer gaan kom seker so binne die volgende uur, 2 ure. So jy kan maar net vir hom oopmaak as hy kom. Rudolf is sy naam. Okay, danke Damon. Danke, bye-bye. Sorry, just had to let security know that they can let my brother in. He wants to come wash clothes. There's a lot I'm leaving out. It would be too much to type. I used to be 400 pounds, was big my entire life. Lost 200. Jesus, dude, well done. Never learned to walk. Didn't realize I had to. Then I had sepsis and I had so many other issues come along. I have been losing my ability to walk because of it. I use a cane and walker, but hey, I get around. Bro, like, good job on losing 200 pounds, man. That's fucking baller. Yeah, I would say get yourself to the gym, get yourself a trainer. A lot of trainers would be happy to work with you because it's a challenge, right? I would say, yeah, go kick some ass, man. Don't let because anything that goes wrong can always come back, right? You can always get it back. So just fucking go for it, bro. Just here we go. We can use this one. Yeah, just get back in the gym and start slow, I think. Like, I would probably start with things like leg curls. Hamstring curls is really good. Some seated stuff. So most of the stuff that I would suggest you do would be seated or lying down. Just so that you don't put any pressure or effort on your legs itself. Yeah, I'm a fan. Intuitive, asking Damon to let his brother Rudolph through, and that he is welcome to come over if he wants to come over, but he has stream. Terra, how you doing, bro? Night Crafting, how you doing? Wait, so Apocalypse, you understood that conversation as well, right? You're the only one to actually give me any advice. Dude, I think because, you know, I'm fat myself. I know how it feels. I know what a daunting task it can be to actually get out there and start taking care of yourself. But you're gonna fucking love it once you do. Like, I promise you that. Once you get in and you start, like, seeing the results and feeling the results is actually the most important part of that. Like, just feeling yourself getting stronger. It's such a good feeling. Learning the Razageth fight. I haven't even entered that dungeon yet, man. It's wild. I've not set foot inside that dungeon. Raid, rather, I guess. Fuck me. Hey. Starting to resemble an Azoth. Instantly better. I don't know what the fuck we're listening to, but this lady sounds like she's crying. Why is she crying in my ears? Good, I organized my office again after renovating it. Why did you renovate your office again? Like, I didn't even know you did it the first time, Nightlight. What does it look like right now? I don't know how this is gonna like work, if it's even gonna work, to be fair. I have a feeling that this isn't gonna work. Let's put all of this in, even though I think this isn't gonna go into the picture. Let's cut it out anyways, just to make sure. Yeah, I was finished, yes, but then I find the perfect table for gaming, and the whole renovating thing happens again. What table did you get, Nightlight? Because I'll tell you what table I want, but it is super fucking expensive. So as soon as I've saved up, as soon as I've taken care of the energy problem, I'll start saving up for that. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I'm almost certainly not using this part in the picture. Maybe just because I want to be sure. Oh, fuck. Maybe I'm just wasting time now. Okay, that's good, right? That's the whole thing cut out nicely, neatly, beautifully. It is perfect like it is today, but maybe in 3 months I think different. Fucking hell. Why would you change it so often, though? Like, this is my studio, right? Right now, this is my studio. This is where I work. And it's probably going to remain like this for the next 3 or 4 years. Depending on, you know, if the only time I'll change this is if I move. So can I show you guys what table I want? Like, I really want this table. It is such a cool fucking table. And it's perfect. But it is stupidly expensive. So it's this one. It's the Magnus Pro, right? Sit stand desk from Secret Labs. Now, I don't like Secret Lab chairs. They're bullshit. But the table, man. This table, I've watched a couple of reviews on it. It's sturdy as shit, and everything is magnetized. Like, all of the cable management, everything is magnetized. So you have this... Like, there's so many things you can do. It has space for your PC, like your physical PC, that can go onto the desk itself. It's nuts. It's powered, obviously, by itself, which is really cool. It has its own power level in it. Like, obviously, it has RGB, which is sad, but never mind. And it's very large. You get, like, a really large one. Yeah, there sells some of these tables, too. No one sells a table quite like this, though. Which is the only reason I would want this one. Because no one else sells it quite the way that these guys sell it. Like, everything being magnetized. Just look at that. So you can have all of your cables with magnets right there, so it can't fucking get off your desk. and it can be pulled forward and backwards depending on how you use it. And I have so many cables on my desk that I use at times. Like, for example, this one needs to be charged with a cable, right? But the cable has to remain on the desk, otherwise I have to pick it up from the floor the whole time. So this would actually be just solving so many of those issues. The cable management is also perfect on this. And sit stand is definitely something I really want. Because I hate just sitting down. I would like to be able to stand as well. But now, let's look at the price, shall we? So, just the table, if we get the Pro XL, is already $949. Right? $949 fucking dollars for a table. We haven't even started getting all the other shit. We're just on, like, $949. Alright. So then you can get a mouse mat for the entire desk. So, the whole desk has a mouse mat. You don't need a mouse mat because the desk is filled with a mouse mat. And you can choose between the Signature Stealth, the Signature Black, the Signature Stealth, Signature Black, Cloud9, Team Liquid, Team Secret, for some reason, Valorant, the Cyberpunk one, which I would actually say is probably my favorite of all of them. Like, a really cool Cyberpunk one, Dark Knight or Assassin's Creed. And then you can choose all the cable management add-ons. So, you get 3 magnetic cable anchors, 2 magnetic cable sheaths, and 10 cable fastening straps. So let's say you take one of those, because why wouldn't you? The cable anchors, probably that's enough. Single Lab magnetic cable stealth, you want one of these as well. Single Labs cable fastening straps, we already have those. And now we get to the RGB stuff. Now, would I want RGB? No, I wouldn't want RGB. But I do want 2 of these monitor arms. So we'll take 2 of those, because I have 2 monitors. So it's a good idea. You have the PC mount, which literally allows you to mount your PC to the fucking desk. Of course, you're going to want that. You have the headphone hanger, which, yes, I would like. And then the Secret Lab LAN cable extension. That's coming soon. Now, if we put all of that together, look at the price of that desk. Tell me, how the hell does anyone afford that? Like, how do people pay $1,500 for a desk? Yeah, but I would never swipe my credit card for something for a purchase like this. In my life, I wouldn't do that. The cool extras, I guess. I would prefer to buy a table like this, but the extras I would buy from others and get it better and cheaper. I don't know. It's not really just the extras. It's the sit standing desk and also the reviews that I've watched in it. Like, a lot of sit standing desks are really bad. Even though they're cheaper, yes, they're very bad in terms of once they're in the standing position, they move the whole time. Like, one bump and they go... They're very flimsy. So this is effectively, like, it takes care of that. You don't have to worry about that. According to the reviews, it's sturdy as shit. It really doesn't move. It goes and it just stays there. Which makes it a really good, I guess, purchase. You think it's OnlyFans, Apocalypse? Might be, right? Start an OnlyFans, get yourself a nice little desk. Why don't you? Okay, we have to put this N'Zoth now in a way that makes him stand out. Power to the people and all that. Like, that's probably the best you're gonna get, N'Zoth, no? Like, to make people know that this is N'Zoth. Cheer me up. I was crying a lot, Echo. Oh, shit. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that I've cheered you up. Camera roll filter. Okay, let's quickly... And it's my job, DJ. Like, my job is to entertain, so I'm always happy. Dude, why will this thing not fucking work? Oh, because this shit's in the way. Okay, let's see. Temperature, maybe a little up. Exposure. Let's make him really light and then see if we can work some of the contrast stuff in. Some contrast, some highlights. No, lower the highlights maybe a little. Some shadows. Let's work the shadows in there. The whites. Get that up a bit, but the blacks can go down a bit. Just to give it a nice texture. Yeah, let's work some texture into it. Clarity. Wow, he almost looks sick now. Saturation. Optics. Distortion. I wonder if this is gonna work. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. What does that look like in your minds, guys? Good or not that good? Obviously, we'll lower this quite heavily. That I'm working on. Should I post an Imgur link here? Give it to me on Discord, bro. I'd love to fucking see it. I'd absolutely love to see it. Echo, you have some IKEA in your country. Yes, start blaming me for considering IKEA, but you save some money and there exists a standing and sitting table. No, we don't have IKEA here, sadly. I wonder what will be better. Would you guys say, what's better? Like this or the other way around? This looks wild, though. Like, this almost looks... Yeah, this looks cool. It looks like everything sort of pulled towards N'Zoth. I like it. Let's go with this. Let's create a second and just give him a high pass. Yes. And then go with linear light. That should work. And then drop shadow. Inner glow. Maybe a bit of an outer glow. That looks good, no? The purple in background might be a little... I wonder. Let's see. What happens if we do the outer glow in white? What do you guys think? The outer glow in black or the outer glow in white? Which one is better? Looks like unrealistic beauty standards. Well, that's what I'm going for. So I'm glad I'm happy to hear that it looks like that. Why is popping the image better? I agree. It definitely does look like the image stands out a lot more when you have it in white. And that's what you're going for, right? You want it to stand out. So let's go with that. I think I'm happy with this. N'Zoth blushing at Azeroth one day. Now we're just looking to the words. The words. What are the words, boys? What are the words? Red outline, maybe? Like in his Gigabrain? The thing is, so that will sort of merge too much. And also, some outlines just don't work. The only outlines that I have ever seen work is white or black. Any other color sort of makes the picture just disappear. I don't know why. Maybe it's something I'm doing wrong. But whenever I use any other like outline, it just seems to make the picture go away. Or it becomes the focus rather than the picture, whereas white and black seems to focus it seems to focus it a lot more. Oh, but here's something I could actually check quickly. Hold up. Color wheel, and then let's see if we gave this, yeah, like a very specific paintbrush. No. What? Oh yeah, like this. Just giving it a slightly different color, just a little bit of an offset to the like purple on purple. I think might actually do it justice, no? Yeah, I think this really does make it pop. Obviously, you can't do it like that, but if you did it like this, it just makes the picture pop slightly more, which is all I'm going for. Now we need words. Words. So this is about N'Zoth. It's about N'Zoth not being dead. And having a plan, and our plans not necessarily working alongside him, or his plans being different to ours. Epic, explosive, exquisite greatness, heavenly, incredible, jaw-dropping, kick-ass, legendary, mesmerizing, nails, palpitating, sublime, triumph, unbelievable, unleashed, polarizing, dominate. True intentions? No, I don't want the fucking title, title and thumbnail to basically be a complete oohoo bullshit. Okay, so that's too long. Eternal could work. So you don't want more than 3 words. 3 words is the max. 2 to 3 words. That's all you can put on a title. Or on a thumbnail. Never more. So, you have to basically come up with 3 words that describes exactly what you want people to see to convince them that this might be a good video for them. So Eternal could work, but Eternal what or Eternal with what? Eternal Squid Games, no. Papa Nazoth was right. The problem is that you guys are going for quirky or funny thumbnails. In my opinion, they never work. I don't know why, but every single time I've tried to go for a quirky thumbnail, it just doesn't get clicks. People don't click on quirky. Like, you need to do super clickbait. That's the thing that people really want to see. I have an idea. Oh shit, Rashnok. Bro, 30 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. So if we put it... Okay, we'll figure out where to put it soon. For now, let's just... Let's just give it color, shall we? Eternal Truth. What do you guys think of that? Eternal Cosmic Truth. Yeah, 2 words just always feel off. I don't know why, but it just never feels complete. Eternal Cosmic Truth. Cosmic's Eternal Truth. Truth is eternal. Truth's eternal. Void's eternal truth. I like it. I wanted to go originally, Terra, with Void's Truth's Eternal, or Void Truth's Eternal, but that probably doesn't work well. So Void's Eternal Truth might work. His... So, here's the problem with his. If we did his, okay, so let's say we do his here, right? You'll see in a second why this is just a little weird. So we go his, yeah, and paste the layer style. You see how the his falls away? His eternal truth? It just makes it look almost awkward. Because his is just a 3-letter word. But what if you said their eternal truth. So what if we went and we said their eternal truth? Obviously, this needs to be smaller. And this can be much bigger. So you go like that, right? And you line it up like that, and then blow it all up. Give it a lot more oomph. Like this. Their eternal truth. Now let's rasterize this layer so we can perspective it. Make it go in a bit. Give it a twist. Like this. What's that like? What do you guys think? I like it too. I'm trying to think if we make the... Let's see what happens if we do... Bigger text or smaller text? Which one do you guys prefer? And Mosier, almost everything the Void have told us we suspect is a lie. Because what we know about the Void is that they never speak the whole truth. They only speak in half-truths. So the Void doesn't lie, but it's never fully true. It's almost always a half-truth of the original. So that's what we know. We know that they speak in half-truths. So some of what they say, the way that I view it when it comes to the Void is effectively the Void doesn't outright lie, but what they tell you isn't the full story. It's only a portion of the story. Christoph, how you doing, bro? It's only a portion of the story, and it's only the portion of the story that they want you to know about. So that's effectively the way that I view it. And the only reason I think it's half-truths is because the Void sees everything in these... Okay, so how do I describe this? Okay, so very quickly, to explain this. The Void sees some truths, but not all truths. As true. So they see all truths, but not all truths are seen as true. Therefore, when the Void tells you something, it's not automatically a lie, but it could be a lie. It's sort of a half-truth, because the truth is mixed in with a bunch of other truths. So when the Void tells you, we will win, they're most likely not telling you the full story of their victory. They're only telling you the story that makes sense in most of the truths, rather than the story that should make sense in all of the truths, if that makes sense. And that's sort of the Void. Yeah, that is true. Sure, makes a lot of sense. Evil's Eye, thank you. I was hoping that it would make sense. Alright, let me just quickly start uploading this video. I still don't like this title. I still do not like this fucking title. I don't know. I just feel like this title is not gonna work. It's too quirky. It's not gonna land with half of the fucking audience. It's gonna be a nightmare. Then a Russian Badger video, so I'd say you did a good job. Thanks. Good things about having cats: you get cheered all day long. The bad things: they steal your stuff away. But you're at a place where you can find it. I can't have cats, so I don't have that problem. See, the big thing is this title scored. What did it score again? It was like something stupid, like 54%. This title scored, and I'm not sure how. Like, genuinely, I don't know how the fuck it scored that high. 50%. This is a 50% title. How? I hate this title. The website said, "What the fuck is an Azoth? Must be something only an intellectual must know, since I don't even know it." I'm afraid that it may be doing that. Let's see what happens if you remove N'Zoth entirely from the title. So you just say, "Step on me, Tentacle Daddy." What the fuck is going on with this goddamn site, bro? Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is not real, dude. Like, how is this even possible? Step on me, Tentacle Daddy. Boom. Like, 60%. Tara, we can try it. I don't know if that would work. This is just fucking ridiculous. Write that down, guys. Talking about Tentacle and daddies makes you an intellectual. Sad but true, bro. Sad but fucking true. That's 50%. That's still good. It must be the step on me daddy part, right? Like, that's the part that seems to be working. So I'm just going to do this. Step on me, Tentacle Daddy. That's the title. End of discussion. This is the title. I don't know why this is the goddamn title, but according to that website, this is the title that I need to have in order to get 60% of, like, it's a powerful title. It's the title that's going to get people to go, "Oh my god, I need to see what this video is all about." Oh, this is annoying. World of Warcraft has always dealt with the subtle influence of the old gods, and now in WoW Dragonflight during the Bronze Dragon campaign, we venture to Ny'alotha. Will the old gods of World of Warcraft make their return to the Dragon Isles, and what role will they play in the lore and story of the dragon aspects of Warcraft? Dominate me, Tentacle Lord. I don't know if that would get as high a... Let's see. What would that get? 50%, bro. And that's intellectual and empathetic. Yeah, the Akko just immediately brings it back. This will be your 1 million view breakthrough video with that title. My Noir. Mark my words. I will be so upset if this is the video that breaks 1 million views. Like, obviously, I'll be also very happy because 1 million views is like almost $100,000. Right? That's like GG money. You make good money on 1 million views. But I will also be pissed because I have had so many better videos than this one. If this is the video that I like that makes me famous, I'll be a little upset over it. And the problem is that this is not even the first time that has happened. This has happened so many times where I put out this video, right? That's just sort of thrown together. It's not even highly edited, not high quality. It's really just sort of like a live discussion on something. And then that will be the video that goes to, like, one of the videos on my channel. I think I've already privated that video. We can just check, but I think I've already privated the video. Let's just quickly go to my channel. Let's see. We go to videos and we go popular. Yeah, I've already privated that video, but so prior to this, the most popular video that I had on my channel was a video about Sylvanas, and it had over 200,000 views. And it was a video about Sylvanas. It was a live stream discussion. Someone asked me a question while we were live streaming, and I just sort of went on this massive tirade, jumping into different lore stuff, just discussing it. No editing, no nothing. Because this was back when I didn't do any editing on my videos. I literally just took the video and uploaded it. I upload this video, it's got a shitty thumbnail, shitty everything, and it gets over 200,000 views. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, all of my highly edited videos aren't even in my top 10. Like, not a single one of my videos here is highly edited videos. Where's my first highly edited video? Pretty sure it's not this. This is... Sup, ladies and gentlemen? No, this isn't it. The ones that I edited. I don't think it's on this list even, I'm honest with you. Because horrible quality thumbnails is a favor to the algorithm. So the thing with it doesn't have to look good. The thumbnail does not have to look good. What's important is that the thumbnail stands out. That's what's important. The thumbnail just needs to grab attention, and then that fucking works for some reason. The difference though is when you do go for the more like really well edited thumbnails, so you make beautiful thumbnails, they consistently get higher views than if you go for more like willy-nilly thumbnails, because willy-nilly thumbnails can sometimes get good views, but they can sometimes get really shit views. It just, like, it's a luck of the draw thing. Whereas with these highly edited videos, and the other thing that I have actually found that is actually kind of cool is when I put in a lot of effort into my thumbnails, sometimes the video won't get a lot of views in the first place, but then over time, it will start to pop. So after a while, the video will sort of start doing really well. Which is kind of like the, sort of what you're trying to go for. Does that make sense? The wedding video got 20k views based on thumbnail? Oh shit, nice. I don't know if it was just the thumbnail though. Why is it limited? I'm gonna have to figure out why it decided to limit ad views. Like, what the fuck? Oh no, never mind. Okay, good. Wow, for a second there I thought, wait, what? It's gonna limit these views? That's not gonna work. No, that's wrong. Yeah, that works. Why the fuck is it snowing outside? I hate snow. Wait, why do you hate snow? I would love the snow. I wish it would snow here. Alright, we're still waiting for this to finish processing. So let's just see. If you live in South Africa, you'll understand why snow seems really cool. If you ever find yourself in South Africa, you'd understand. Wait like angry pussy? Yeah, but, I mean, it's still cool, no? Look, snow, not only is snow, in my opinion, like, really cool, because it's cold outside, you're not dealing with the heat, you're not dealing with the bullshit, so that's really cool. But what's more important is, at least in my opinion, when you have snow, it's beautiful. I don't know why, but snow just looks beautiful to me. Daily routine on my bicycle and drive to the gym with it. Shit, okay, that could suck. I get that. I've never seen or felt real snow. I only had it once. Oh shit, Moongar!
I really liked your reaction video to the Murder Cases channel on YouTube. Are you ever going to do that type of content again?
Bro, thanks for the $20. Really appreciate that. And yeah, I will. Absolutely. It all depends on this, bro. Like, like I do want to do more, like, real crime reactions and stuff. But most of my reactions come from here. Right, so whatever people suggest on the DJ Nation subreddit is usually what we react to. So if someone suggests on this that they want to see, what was it called again? It's a specific channel. I can't remember now what the channel is called, but if someone suggested here and enough people upvote it, yeah, I'd love to. To be fair, though, I do sometimes just react to stuff, and I do want to react to more of the crime stuff, because that shit's always super interesting. So yeah, definitely gonna happen. Thanks for the $20, by the way. It's beautiful only when it first starts snowing, Christmas vibe and all that. After that, it gets mixed with dirt and salt, and it's half liquid, half ice. Yeah, but just don't mix it with salt, bro. And there you go. You don't have to deal with that shit. But yeah, no, we don't have snow here. We don't have snow really anywhere in South Africa, but except for like the Drakensberg, they'll get snow, and here and there, there's like places that get snow. The rest of the country never snows. Having that slosh period here in Finland, it's already getting to 0? How? Isn't it still like deep winter for you guys in Finland? Central Europe doesn't get snow? That makes no sense. It's like 10 Celsius. Wait, Germany is close to Central Europe, isn't it? And Germany gets snow, or doesn't it get snow? It's all ice and people break bones slipping on that shit. Dude, there is few things as funny as watching people slip on ice. There's so few things funnier than that. I watch YouTube videos of people slipping on the ice just because it's that funny. Here in Germany, we have winter, yes, but it isn't the good winter anymore where you have snow over weeks. So what winter is now? We had snow like once for about a day this time? Shit. Well, to be fair, the Earth goes through... I mean, it goes through changes, right? It'll probably circle back round at some point. I quickly want to just watch something here before we continue, because this is another piece of just hell in South Africa. SA in for a tough 2023. Why, Mr. Daviruet? Explain this to me. Alban, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Sleep well.
Which will keep a lid on economic growth. So we talk about between 1% and 2% economic growth. Let's call it 1.5%, which is also more or less in line with population growth, which means unemployment and poverty and those sort of levels will remain where they will remain elevated and may even go up a little bit.
What does 2023 have in store for the South African economy and the South African consumer? Is it all good news, all bad news, or maybe just a little bit in between? Joining me to discuss is Chief Economist from the Efficient Group, Dawie Ruet. Dawie, thanks very much for being with us. Just a quick overview, how do you foresee things playing out in 2023 for the currently very embattled South African consumer?
Yeah, hello, thank you for this opportunity. And
so again, I should probably give a little bit of backstory here for all of you watching. Okay, so my country is obviously one of the most unequal nations on earth. I think actually South Africa is the most unequal nation on earth. Part of that, like, it sounds a lot worse than what it actually, like, should. It is bad, but it sounds a lot worse than what it actually should sound like. The only reason South Africa is this unequal is because in Africa, countries are incredibly poor, and almost all people that live in that country are incredibly poor. And so there's very little inequality. Everyone is equally poor. South Africa, on the other hand, have like these two worlds that exist within South Africa. The one world is incredibly poor, sort of on par with the rest of Africa. The other world is incredibly rich and on par with places like Europe and America, where you get first world amenities, you have first world fiber, you have first world gadgets and technology and banking systems and a very developed economy within it. Due to decisions made by the government, though, it is sort of eternally enforced these two worlds with very little crossover from one to the other. So if you're in the poor side of South Africa, getting into the rich side of South Africa is nigh impossible due to a number of challenges. Number one is just the absolute abhorrent education that is provided to people in the poor side of South Africa. So if you go to a state school in South Africa, specifically to most of the state schools here, you are going to leave with an education that isn't worth the paper that it is written on. your prospects is going to be close to zero. And this is because my government has this philosophy where it believes that it is up to the state to create jobs and to create opportunities for people to actually enter the workspace. They do not believe that economic growth creates jobs or solves economic problems. Instead, my government famously or infamously believes that economic growth benefits only the rich and therefore isn't a priority. Which we know factually is wrong, but doesn't matter. According to my government, economic growth really isn't a problem for them. It's really not something that they focus on, especially if you look at most of their decisions. And then, of course, the other thing that really reinforces this, among many, but these are the two main ones in my estimation, is taxes in South Africa. South Africa has one of the most, I believe we are the second most difficult or complex tax system in the world. The vast majority of South Africans do not do their own taxes. Instead, they have to pay an accountant to do their taxes. Why? Because if you try to do your own taxes, you will almost certainly end up in jail. The tax code is incredibly complex. You are taxed on more things than you can ever fucking imagine, and there's no way that you would think that you could be taxed on something unless you have an accountant that knows the law that can explain to you, oh, never mind, they will tax you on this, so we have to submit this for taxes. And every year, they come up with new forms of taxes in order to take an already stretched populace even closer to ruin. People can already not afford to survive in my country. People are already struggling, and we're talking middle class now. The poor is already fucked. They've been fucked for a long time. The middle class is sort of getting to that point now where they can barely survive with what they have and what they earn, but they're also being taxed for everything that may have been left. And the government isn't slowing down. They're already talking about a new wealth tax that they wish to introduce, and then also a new medical tax that they wish to introduce. So in other words, they want to take 5% of the money that you make. They want to tax that in order to create a universal healthcare system for South Africans, which will already hurt the people that don't have a 5% to give to the government, but they'll be forced to do so because government doesn't ask for money, they take it. The wealth tax will take what little people have that maybe puts them in, and to be clear, to be in the 1% in South Africa, like literally, to be in the top 1% in South Africa, $2,000 a month will get you there. So if you earn $2,000 a month, you're in the top 1% of South Africans. So these people aren't necessarily living high lifestyles. They barely have enough to survive, decently with all things paid for. And the government is trying to figure out how to take even more of what they can barely afford at the minute. So, yeah, my government really is next level, so to speak.
All the best to you for 2023. I think this could be another wild year. 2022 certainly was a very wild year. And perhaps a good place to start is to look back a little bit at 2022, because I think 2022 was a year where many things changed direction. I think it's a year where there were major international political developments. I think it's a year with a further, where the world economy, it started off with Trump, but the globalization was put into reverse. I think that was an important year for that as well. It actually started with Trump a little before that. It was a year with very, very high levels of inflation globally, and of course high commodity prices and interest rates. Central banks are really throwing everything at inflation, trying to tame inflation. And it was a year where the world was preparing for significant slowdown in economic activities. I think those are some of the major trends that were established. Of course, many more, but those are some important trends that happened in 2022 that will continue in 2023. So what is likely to happen in 2023? A couple of things. I think inflation, from an international point of view, inflation is likely to be with us for some time still, but I think the worst is probably behind us. And there are a couple of reasons. We can talk about that a little bit as well. And that also means that central banks internationally are likely to keep on increasing interest rates, but less than what they did in 2022. So we're seeing the end of this interest rate cycle, I would say, and in fact, good possibility of a cut in rates next year. And because of all these factors, the world economy is slowing down quite.
The only thing that would scare me about this is, are we running the risk of sort of going too far in the fight against inflation? Because the problem is, so all central banks are currently increasing interest rates in order to fight inflation, right? But inflation is a lagging indicator. Inflation doesn't move immediately. Inflation doesn't show you where it's going immediately. Usually, by the time that you have a measurement of what inflation is, it's already trending far lower than what you think. So by the world keeping interest rates high, we could already be deflating, and high interest rates is just going to push that deflationary pressures even higher, which means that they could crash the world economy long before they even realize that inflation is no longer a problem.
Significantly, there are many patches in the world economy that will be going into a recession, like the Europeans, like perhaps even the Americans and some other economies as well. We can talk about that as well. So the world economy is slowing down quite a lot because in reaction to things like, for example, the increase in interest rates. So that's the global environment in which we find ourselves at the moment. As far as the South African economy, we followed pretty much the trends that were established internationally. So we also saw inflation. We saw the Reserve Bank acting quite quickly, quite early in the cycle, and I'm quite happy about that. And they started hiking interest rates, tightening monetary policy, and they were.
I do think South Africa was among one of the first countries. Like, we got inflation under control, I think, far quicker than the rest of the world. So South Africa was one of the few countries that never actually got to 0% interest rates. Like, never. We had pretty high interest rates even before COVID. So before COVID, our interest rates were hovering around 5-6% already. And during COVID, it sort of went down to, I think, 4% or something. And then as soon as the Reserve Bank of South Africa sort of got wind of interest rates, we started pumping. Like, I remember the Reserve Bank of South Africa already started raising interest rates. I think they were on like their second or third raise rate when America for the first time raised its own interest rates. So, and we did it quite substantially. Like, they did 50 basis points almost every single time. And we're back up to, I think, 6% now. Is it 6.25 or 6.75 or some shit like that? So our interest rates have already, like, really ballooned already.
We'll continue to do that. So I think we could see and should see and must see further increases in interest rates. But again, I think we probably are close to the end of that specific cycle. Inflation is likely to slow down a little bit as well by the middle of the year. And by the second half of the year, we can perhaps be talking about the possibility of interest rate cuts. Of course, this will have a negative impact on the average consumer, rising interest rates. But there's something far more dangerous to the average consumer, and that is called the South African government. Because the South African government, we're supposed to have an election next year, and the South African government, we don't expect much governing happening here, but expect.
Oh my God! Yep. All of this bad stuff is happening. The world should really look out for recessions, and the world should really look out for high interest rates, and high inflation and stuff like that. But for South Africans specifically, there's something far more dangerous than all of this stuff that might ruin the rest of the world, and that is the South African government. Like, that's the most dangerous thing in our country. That really makes you happy, doesn't it?
A lot of politics happening here, because I think the ANC realizes that they are in trouble. They simply do not have enough time to put measures in place in trying to get political support. There just isn't time. And I think they will try to make all sort of comments and promises and who knows what in order to try to prevent them from losing too much in the general election. They just don't have enough time. And of course, there's always the lack of electricity, which will keep a lid on economic growth. So we talk about between 1 and 2% economic growth. Let's call it 1.5%, which is also more or less in line with population growth. which means unemployment and poverty and those sort of levels will remain where they will remain elevated and may even go up a little bit. So that in a sort of a nutshell, perhaps a bit of a good news, and that is that I think I know financial markets always try to discount the future. So as soon as the financial markets see that inflation is a problem, we quite often see the financial markets react quite negative to rising inflation, as an example, in anticipation of tighter monetary policy going forward. And now the financial markets will start seeing, listen, inflation is probably going to slow down a little bit, and that means slightly less restrictive monetary policy over the next couple of months. And I think the financial markets may start reacting more positive. So this could be a year that's going to be better for the financial markets than what we saw in 2022, because they will start discounting looser monetary policy going forward. But in terms of economic growth, I'm afraid South Africa is not going to do well.
It's good news for anyone that is in the financial markets. It's really bad news for anyone that's poor. If you don't have money in the stock market, you're just getting poorer now. Because, well, in the end, you got fucked more than anyone else by inflation. You got screwed by higher interest rates. And now you're getting screwed by lowering interest rates. It's just the current economic system that we have is so unfair towards the lower income brackets. It's ridiculous.
And we're probably not going to do well for for many, many years.
Darby, in terms of those concrete, real world effects on the, especially low to middle income South Africans, in terms of fuel prices, taxes, maybe on certain foodstuffs, where do you foresee those going? Do you think maybe because next year is a general election, there will be maybe cuts? Or do you think because the fiscus is under so much pressure, the government simply has to increase where possible?
Yeah, no, a couple of things. First of all, a little bit of good news. The oil price has been coming down quite a lot recently. Many analysts, including, major banks in the world, predicted that the oil price will remain elevated and may even go up. And that certainly can happen, depending what happens politically in Central Europe, as an example, and some other places as well. But my view is that the oil price will continue to drift a little bit lower. And part of the reason why I say so is because of a relatively mild winter that they have in Europe. That's one reason. But more importantly, I think there will be, especially Venezuela is likely to start pumping oil again. And I think the Americans will relax some of the sanctions on Venezuela, and additional supply from Venezuela will then put downward pressure on the oil price. Also, and politically, this is quite important, where we've seen quite a shift to the right in terms of politics globally the last couple of years, that seems to be shifting to the left. And what happens in South America, Lula won the election in Brazil, as an example. Lula is much more friendly to Maduro than what Bolsonaro was. And Lula certainly, or Latin America certainly, is likely to be more friendly towards Maduro than previously, and they will probably put some pressure on the United States also to relax some sanctions. That means more oil, and more oil means lower oil price, of course. But of course, there could be other factors as well. But as far as oil is concerned, I think that's good news.
Is Lula the current president of Brazil? Isn't he the guy that people are protesting right now? Like, a lot of people in Brazil are like super angry that he won, because according to many people in Brazil, he wasn't the favorite to win and shouldn't have won. Isn't that what's happening right now in Brazil? Like, there's a massive group of Brazilians who believe that their election was stolen. I'm pretty sure. Like, there's a huge group of people in Brazil now that believes that their election was stolen by this guy, which is just going to create even more problems.
And I think the oil price will come down, which means that the petrol price locally will be coming down as well. As far as the Rand exchange rate is concerned, I think the Rand so far is behaving itself quite nicely. And I think the Rand is probably going to remain more or less these kind of levels and actually appreciate a little bit against some of the majors, especially if Lesetja Kganyago continue with this tight monetary policy that he has been following recently. So that's a good thing. As far as some taxes are concerned, I think the Minister of Finance is going to make use of this opportunity. And I think he's going to hike the fuel levy quite a lot. So I won't be surprised if we see the minister. And that's well, it's not a good thing. All taxes are always bad. But this is an opportunity for the Minister of Finance to generate some additional income. And with the petrol price coming down, instead of giving it through to the consumer, you can simply fill that gap with an additional increase in the fuel levy. And the fuel levy is a less bad tax than some other taxes, like, for example, personal income taxes. But talking about the budget or the fiscal accounts, so the fiscal accounts will remain in trouble. They need some more money. I think the fuel levy is pretty much a given. There could be some talk about things like, for example, a wealth tax. I don't think that will happen soon. And more importantly, I think are two other questions. What will happen to the basic income grant? That's something that I will be keeping an eye open for. And the other one, of course, is what's going to happen to the debt of Eskom. Those are two big outstanding issues. I guess 2023 could be more of the same of 2022, although I guess some of these bad news is probably more behind us than ahead of us.
Thank you very much for watching. Please remember before you leave to like the video, and also if you haven't yet, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Additionally, please share this video along your contacts and your networks. We appreciate any coverage that you can help us get in terms of getting the ideas and arguments out there. Until next time, this has been Chris Hutton for the Center for Risk Analysis. Take care.
So basically, all he said here is South Africa is still screwed and remains screwed. Great. That's cool. I like it. Dude, listening to South African politics is the most depressing thing on earth, man. It is just ridiculously depressing. Never mind. Fucking leave it out. Just leave it out. So what's everyone up to? Besides watching me get depressed, what's everyone doing? Don't know, listening to Harry Merkel is up there. Yeah, I've not paid attention to that at all. Creating a thumbnail. Which thumbnail are you creating, bro? Making boxes. Wait, what boxes, Mosier? What boxes are you making? I don't understand. Let's see if we can fit maybe a quick reaction. Quick reaction, shall we? Your discussion about the old gods maybe not being part of the void and talking about decay? Oh, shit. Wait, for what? When do we have that discussion, Minoar? Pariah. Did we watch Pariah? Oh, yeah, we did. Didn't we? We did watch this. Didn't we? I feel like we did.
Holy Emperor, Lord of humanity, forgive my weakness.
Yeah, we did watch this. Yeah. We did watch it. Yeah, I'd be happy to watch it again. Like, let's watch it again. Fuck it.
For we have let our world die.
Awaken primary functions from base protocols. Obeisance, Illuminaceras. Engage the survivors. Rectify the anomaly of their continued existence.
Look around, sister. Where has your faith led you?
It is better to die for the Emperor
than live for yourself.
Isn't that... If that girl questions the Emperor, isn't she opening herself up to the chaos almost immediately? Grofal, how you doing, man? TLOU. What? I don't know what that is even, Captain Cadillac. Too bored, how you doing, fam?
Whatever that thing is, we can take it.
All across the Imperium, tens of millions.
Oh, The Last of Us, no. I haven't watched it yet. Is it good?
It matters.
Life matters, sister. The Emperor's angels won't save this world now.
Be quiet! There's something out there.
Would the Sisters of Battle allow someone to just say such things against the Emperor? Aren't they also like super fucking sort of loyal? And more specifically, what's the difference between the Sisters of Silence and the Sisters of Battle? Is it two different groups, or is it the same group, just different names for the same people? Wasn't against the Emperor. She was referring to Astartes' capabilities. Avalon, no, but she did say that the Emperor... She fucking blasphemed, bro. She blasphemed, 100%. She questioned the Emperor the whole time. Like, just hear it again.
Holy Emperor, Lord of humanity, forgive my weakness and grant me your mercy. For we have let our world die.
Awaken primary functions from base protocols. Obeisance, Illuminar Saras. Engage the survivors. Rectify the anomaly of their continued existence.
Look around.
I feel like... I don't know if I like the Necron's accent. I feel like they should have a different accent.
Sister, where has your faith led you?
It is...
That's blasphemy right there. But like, before you say, oh, but she's been speaking against the Astartes. That's faith. Look around, sister. Look at what your faith... Something about your faith. Wait, hold up.
Look around, sister. Where has your faith led you?
Where is your faith? That's heresy.
Die for the Emperor.
Then live for yourself.
Whatever that thing is, we can take it.
All across the Imperium, tens of millions of lives are lost every second.
It matters.
Life matters, sister. The Emperor's angels won't save this world now.
Be quiet! There's something out there.
It's definitely heresy. She will have to burn. She will have to burn. Just 100%. But I thought the Emperor wasn't a god. Well, he is one now. Like, if only Logar could live long enough, right? He would have known. Alright, so here we go. This is nice. Okay, let's do this. 10 wholesome moments in Warhammer 40k. All right, so it's got a little bit of it's got a little bit of wholesome, good-hearted fun as well. Let's see.
Guys and gal, the setting of Warhammer 40k is full of death, destruction, genocide, and occasionally some sex. It is called Grimdark for a reason, where morally good people are few and far between, fighting a desperate losing struggle against the darkness that threatens to sodomize all. Metaphorically, of course. But did you know that throughout all that depressing loss, there are moments of pure wholesomeness, when characters go that extra mile to look after the well-being of their fellows and share a special moment. Moments that make your heartstrings go tingly. There have been more than one occasion where I've gotten a little giddy while listening to a Warhammer audiobook.
I will say almost immediately one of those moments must be the story of Varys and be something in the Dark Imperium book, where they're in the hospital and he really cares about his friend. He's trying to help his friend. He is also sick, and experiences quite a bit of pain, and yet tries his absolute best to get to his friend to make sure that his friend is okay, even risking being sort of court-martialed as a way, just to see if his friend is good. So that would be a wholesome moment right there.
Due to how unexpected a beautiful moment was. Before we get started, I'm a big believer in the philosophy that everyone should have a sensible day job, but also to invest in a side hobby or hustle which could end up delivering them to their dream situation. I mean, that's literally what I did with YouTube. As such, you only have a limited time to not only learn, but also enjoy your hobby. So why waste hours tripping over yourself, making mistakes, breaking shit, when you could just learn it all online in a tenth of the time? That's what Skillshare is, an online resource where creative experts have produced and cultivated dedicated courses for you to go from disgraceful noob to wise master in no time. You want to learn photography? There's a course for that. You want to become an Adobe god? Courses for that. You want to learn how to become a YouTuber, which is the same as learning Adobe and photography? There are courses for that.
True.
Why use Skillshare over something like YouTube? Well, that's because any basic drongo can upload a how-to video on YouTube. Especially now since dislikes have been removed, it's really hard to tell what's quality and what's just clickbait. The presenters on Skillshare are all vetted for quality, meaning you aren't wasting your time trying to find a decent source. Also, there's no ads. With all that in mind, the first 1,000 people to use my link below and sign up to Skillshare will get their first month free, meaning you can jump on, see if it's the right fit for you, and then either go for it or pull out for free. Cheers to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Today we'll go over 10 heartwarming wholesome moments from Warhammer 40k. There are actually a lot more than 10 moments, so if this video does well, like and share, then there's no reason why I won't make another one. Yeah, not much else to say about it, so grab your teddy bear and let's get into it.
It's weird listening to Major Kill be
We all know and love
wholesome.
the chapter master of the Blood Angels, Dante, and it's no secret that Dante is fucking sick of Warhammer and he just wants to die. He literally says it on the regular, how he wants nothing more than the cool embrace of death. Fair enough, if I was 1,500 years old and had fought every horror the galaxy had to offer, I'd probably want to eat a bullet as well. After being horrifically wounded yet achieving victory over the Tyranids during the devastation of Baal, Dante begins to die, and he feels peace for the first time in years. He sees the Sanguinor in a vision, and he begins to accept his death. Then the Sanguinor steps aside, and Sang-fucking-Gwinius is standing there. Dante is like, holy shit, hey dad, is this it? Can I finally die? And Sanguinius is like, no, you must suffer more for the good of mankind. Your destiny does not end here, Lord of Angels. Then the peaceful sensation of death vanishes and the agony of life returns as Dante comes back to life and consciousness. Now I get why that doesn't sound super wholesome. Dante was denied the one thing he'd earned and wanted, but you gotta remember that Sanguinius is dead.
This is an actual thing that happened in the lore. So, thus proving that there is some kind of heaven? Or at least, to some extent, because how else would he have seen him? Unless, of course, it was just all in his mind, but I don't think that that's the case.
And his soul is broken. For him to pull himself together enough to give Dante the will to keep fighting would have taken a massive amount of effort. Sanguinius knew he was asking a lot of Dante, so he took it upon himself to be the one to ask him. Overall, a wholesome, difficult moment between father and son. Orcs are a pain in the ass, and not very wholesome. However, the pressure they put on the galaxy can create wholesome moments. When a big-ass orc war attacked Rin's world, the homeworld of the Crimson Fists, shit didn't go so well for the boys in red and blue. Their fortress was destroyed and most of their brothers died. During the evacuation and the long-ass walk to somewhat safety, a journey that included many civilians, a mother who was carrying her 2 children collapsed in exhaustion. Pedro Cantor, the chapter master of the Crimson Fist, got others to take the children off her. He then reached out to her, with his battle brother believing he was going to deliver the Emperor's mercy, aka a cheeky neck snap, to the exhausted woman who could barely keep her eyes open. Instead, Pedro said, "You have done your part and carried your burden. Now it's time someone carried you." Pedro then lifted up the woman and carried her the rest of the way. I reckon the Crimson Fists are actually pretty underrated, especially when they have enough wholesomeness to rival the Salamanders. To say tech priests are cold and emotionless is a bit of an understatement. The majority of them have the emotional parts of their brains removed and replaced with bits of metal and computing hardware, so when they do end up acting with emotion, it hits that much harder. There were two tech priests who were in love and considered each other husband and wife, despite the Mechanicus not really believing in that sort of thing. When the Wordbearers attacked Calth at the start of the Horus Heresy, they were positioned to get a pretty easy win. However, an Ultramarine counterattack made it a lot tighter. That key counterattack was only possible due to the love of these two tech priests. Early on in the invasion, the husband tech priest was killed. However, he had created an antivirus that could protect against the Wordbearer's scrap code, hence re-enable a lot of the Ultramarines' technology. Only his wife was able to uncover it due to the bond they shared, with the override code to launch the antivirus requiring two numbers. One was the day she was born, the other was the day she became a tech priest. If they just had a normal professional relationship, it's unlikely she would have recognized the antivirus he created, and it's impossible she would have known both his override codes, so there you go, even on the battlefield.
Grunfield, how you doing, man?
Another wholesome tech priest moment was when a lonely male tech priest on a far-flung station decides to clone himself to get an assistant as well as a successor. However, the clone turned out to be a female, hence quite different to himself. This kicks in his fatherly instincts, which overrides his mechanical processes, and he raises the clone like a daughter. He forsakes all Mechanicus protocols because it makes her happy, teaching her everything he knows so she could surpass him one day. The most heartwarming part...
Moonguard? Yeah, we have watched it. About them spit in the US, there's a video on YouTube where they discuss aliens living inside of a hole that eat humans and use them as sex slaves, and then their souls are flushed into the sky like a toilet periodically. Also, if you fall into it, you can be resurrected according to the video. I highly suggest giving it a watch. We watched the video about Mal's Hole. What was the channel that we watched it on? It's a guy with a fish, like a goldfish next to him. We did watch Mal's Hole. Very interesting stuff.
Is the fact that generally, the protocol would have been to exterminate the clone due to the incorrect gender, but he did the literal exact opposite. Vulcan as a character is so wholesome, like, holy fuck. This isn't news to anybody, with the Emperor literally saying that Vulcan was his greatest creation because he had what no other Primarch had, genuine kindness and empathy. However, the most wholesome moment out of everything was when he burned that fucking elder child. Yeehaw! Nah, sorry, it's when Vulcan offered Dawn a hug after they had gone through so much shit. Dawn makes a joke about not wanting to hug Vulcan, but Vulcan hugs him anyway, and after a moment, Dawn hugs him back. It's important to remember how much shit the Loyalist Primarchs had gone through, losing their brothers, getting tortured, seeing centuries of progress turn to dust. A hug was exactly what they needed. Imperial Fists and Iron Warriors hate each other. This is common knowledge, with no other rivalry in the entirety of 40k coming close. So it's funny to think that two of the most well-known characters from each legion shared the most wholesome friendship. You've probably heard of Alexis Pollux.
Why do they hate each other?
A huge Imperial Fist Astartes with an intellect that could rival the Primarchs. He was an absolute specimen. Then there is Barbarous Dantiok, a genius god-tier Iron Warriors warsmith that told Perturabo to eat a fat dick when he turned traitor. After fucking over Purdy like a boss, Dantiok retreats to Ultramar and is ordered by Guilliman to try understand and use the Pharos device, a mysterious Xeno beacon with very potent powers, such as the ability to teleport people across the stars instantly and act like a mini Astronomicon. It pretty much won the Loyalists the war. Pollux arrives and isn't keen on seeing an Iron Warrior garrison, even though they are Loyalist. So whilst they agree to work together by order of Guilliman, the Imperial Fist look down on their Iron cousins. However, eventually, Pollux and Dantiok develop a mutual respect that becomes a friendship, that becomes a brotherhood. When Pollux fought Conrad Curse on Macragge, Dantiok used the Pharos device to save Pollux. He would save Pollux again by blowing up the Pharos device, mortally wounding himself.
Are they holding
Pollux
hands?
finds his brother's broken corpse and cradles it, insisting he will live, as the Iron Warrior's life slowly faded. It was very much comparable to King Theoden's death scene with his daughter comforting him, except instead of a chick who pretended to be a dude, it's a giant Astartes who is almost as tall as a Primarch. It gets even more wholesome. Pollux refused to leave Dantiok's body, guarding it despite the battle being over.
Oh yeah, man. Nothing wrong with that.
Has to come in person to relieve Pollux of his
Jesus, how you doing, man?
And even then, Pollux insists on being the one to carry.
Mr. Lo, I don't know if the FSD podcast is over. I haven't heard anything from Rurikon yet. I mean, he hasn't told me that it's over. So I'm assuming no. I don't know. He might just be busy with, like, you know, getting the kids back to school and starting the new year and all that shit. So I'm pretty sure it will still continue, but I'll DM him at some point and just be like, hey, bro, we still doing this or not? Because I'm up for it. I have no problem continuing with it. I enjoyed them. But he might have become so busy now with like maybe other things that maybe he needs to put it on the back burner for a bit. In which case, that's fine, you know. But I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Carry Dentiok's body. This level of emotional connection is extremely rare for Astartes, made even rarer by it being between a Fist and an Iron Warrior. It's implied that if Pertwee wasn't such a bitter shithead and Dawn wasn't such a closed-off brick wall, they could have formed a similar bond to this. Although Warhammer is all about eternal war and whatnot, numerous Primarchs and even the Emperor had genuinely planned for an era of peace and wholesome family bonding post-Great Crusade. The Emperor had created different rooms for the Primarch within the Imperial Palace, whilst
I would say another, like, wholesome thing, it probably isn't a wholesome moment, but it's definitely a wholesome thing, is Horus. So Horus made a point of it. I'm literally reading the Horus Heresy, and I just found out, well, I didn't just find it out. One of the first videos we ever watched from Bricky actually made this point about Horus. But Horus was adamant that his sons not only learn about war and how to fight wars and how to be good at fighting wars, but that they should also understand the interpersonal relationships that humans have. They should be good at some level of psychological sort of integration, because as far as Horus was concerned, these wars will eventually come to an end. And once they do, his sons will need to integrate into society and, you know, not just be warring maniacs. They will have to become normal members of society, and he wanted to make sure that his sons would be ready to do exactly that. Which, you know, considering how things turned out, you might say, well, that doesn't matter. But as far as I'm concerned, that's still a wholesome moment, you know? Like, having that, even in the midst of incredible battles, having that sort of thought process of, you know what, eventually this will be over, and then I want all of you to have a place in the new Terra and in the new Imperium of Man. Yeah, and then you have Girly Man that's teaching all of his sons to govern and to understand politics, but also to care about people. I would say Ultramar is probably the most wholesome place in all of the Imperium, because at least in terms of theory, Guilliman isn't happy at all with the sort of nonchalant approach that the Imperium of Man has towards life. Like, Guilliman doesn't like the fact that the Imperium treats its people as a currency, because in Ultramar that was never the case. In Ultramar, people were actually respected. Their freedoms were respected. People were taken care of, and it was a good place to be. So for Guilliman, it's heartbreaking to see the levels to which people are treated now as basically just, who gives a crap, right? Pretty sure some governors of Ultramar are disabled retired Ultramarines. It's possible. I know that the Ultramarines do serve as current governors, but this is not necessarily what Guilliman wants in the long run. Because in the long run, he does want civilians to rule over the planets, and his Ultramarines to simply provide protection for those that live there.
Guilliman had done a similar thing in Macragge, even including rooms for his two lost brothers. When Dawn was taking down all the Imperial Palace's pretty shit and replacing it with a fuckton of guns and other anti-chaos stuff, which wasn't exactly aesthetic, he felt a lot of sorrow and mused that when the war was over, he would restore the palace to its prior beauty.
That's what, shows that at least that's what the Dark Imperium sought to, it seeks to suggest. That what Guilliman effectively wants is eventually the Ultramarines will be the police force of Ultramar. They won't be the leaders. Right now they're the rulers because Ultramar is under constant attack. Like, legit. There's just war after war after war after war. Chaos is just encouraging. Like, the chaos incursions into Ultramar is constant. So they can't really set up civilian governments at all. They need the Ultramarines in order to basically fight the good fight. But eventually, once all of this is over, if it is ever over, Ultramar will become a place where the Ultramarines serve as the police and the military, and the civilians govern themselves.
There was hope. The Primarchs and even Space Marines would discuss what they would do after the Great Crusade regularly. You know Ahriman, that legendary sorcerer of death who wants to crack open the Black Library? He originally wanted to tend...
Albuar, your point is valid, but not really consistent with the universe in which we find ourselves. The Imperium of Man cannot care about the civilians of man. It just cannot. The wars are so vast, and the universe that they find themselves in are under constant threat. So why would you learn the name of every single Imperial Guardsman when the Imperial Guardsmen have a fatality rate of 96% on their first deployment? In other words, 96% of Imperial Guardsmen will die in their first deployment. Why would you care? Learning the names of people that you know will most likely die, it just doesn't make sense. Moreover, the Imperium needs so many bodies every single day just to survive. And we're not even talking about thriving or winning the war. We're basically talking about slowing down the losses. The Imperium isn't in the business of winning wars. They're in the business of losing. But all they can do is sort of slow down the losses and hold on long enough in the hopes that something changes. In this instance, probably someone comes back like Lionel Johnson or some of the other Primarchs that is currently out of action. That's probably something that Guilliman is already thinking about and hoping that will happen. Because once the Imperium gets all of its other Primarchs back, maybe they have a chance, right? So that is sort of... Geek, we've even found out that it's no longer just 1,000 souls. It's actually, these days, so it started off as 1,500 souls every day in order to keep the Emperor alive. Now, according to rumors at least, it's up to almost 15k per day psychers that they require in order to keep him alive. So the longer he is in this state of decay, the more souls of psychers they need just to keep him alive. Of course, that is speculation, and based on sort of, I guess, what they read in the current lore, but it does seem like it's getting worse and worse just to keep him alive. So yeah.
His vineyard full time when the wars were over. The Night Lords aren't exactly known for their wholesomeness, especially since they threw their lot in with the traitors. However, they did have their moments. Most notably was the relationship between Talos and his slaves, Septimus and Octavia. He was very harsh and cold, but occasionally would open up and humour them. This next bit is a bit spoilery for those reading the Night Lord's Omnibus, so feel free to skip ahead, but when he knew he wasn't going to survive his next battle, he freed both of them from his servitude and told them how to best escape and survive to raise their child together. It was nice. Continuing about Night Lord wholesomeness, Sevatar is a beast and one of the best Astartes to ever live. He also possessed an extreme sense of justice. When he was captured and imprisoned by the Dark Angels, he made friends with a young psychic girl in a nearby cell. Upon discovering that the prison overseer had viciously beat the shit out of the poor girl, permanently crippling her, he broke out of prison and brutally killed the overseer, before then surrendering to the Dark Angels and going back in his cell. Wholesomeness doesn't always have to involve hugs or love. Sometimes it just means murdering the fuck out of an abusive asshole. And finally, Guilliman's relationship with Guillimum is a very wholesome thing. This peaked when Guilliman was stuck behind an invisible wall that blocked a portal that led home to Macragge, but he could see and communicate with the other side. However, when he found out that his mum had nearly been torn to shreds by Conrad Curse, he simply walked through the invisible barrier through pure force of will, just so he could comfort her. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then Patreon is...
Guilliman has a mom? Dude, what? How's this the first time I've heard of this?
This is the place to be. We're only $1 per month to give you access to a boatload of Battle Mace 40 million shmentai. Hit the subscribe button and hit the real subscribe button for more wholesome content. Join the Discord for more memes and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
So it's adoptive. It's not the actual mum and dad. It's adoptive mum and dad. Okay. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. That does make a little bit more sense. This was a good video. Like, but what stands out to me while watching this video is that even the wholesome moments are always surrounded by grimdark bullshit, which probably makes the wholesome moments even more wholesome. Because, you know, if you have a wholesome moment in like a rom-com, that's just par for the course. But when you have this incredibly grimdark, horrid, horrible world and universe and everything's just constantly going wrong, then those moments of like brotherhood and those moments of love sort of stand out a lot more. They really hit a lot harder than they would otherwise. So I think it's really cool. If you read Alfarius, it's got a really wholesome moment. Not going to spoil it though. Alfarius. The Blood Ravens Explained. Yeah, we have time for one more. We can do one more.
G'day, guys and gal. The Imperium is full of a diverse range of multi-dimensional Space Marine chapters. By that, I mean that a lot of the chapters don't just do one thing. The Blood Angels are vicious melee combatants and part-time berserkers, but they also adhere to a strict code of nobility and honor.
Slapper. Power's going out. Yep. Wait, he said apologies for slurring. He's hammered. Dude, I don't think I've ever recorded a video while drunk. Like, just don't record. Just wait until you're relaxed and shit.
Salamanders inflict war crimes using space napalm and flamethrowers. However, their care and consideration for humanity and its people is second to none. No one embodies this ironic duality more than the Blood Ravens, who for all their nobility and bravery and protagonist status in the Dawn of War games, are also obnoxious magpies that like to take things that aren't theirs. They call it seeking knowledge, I call it stealing. Either way, the Blood Ravens have a number of highly unique things about them, some of which are low-key suspicious, as they appear to be a Thousand Sons Loyalist successor chapter, not a Blood Angels one surprisingly, as indicated by their abnormally high amount of nerds. Nerds being psychers, but I prefer to belittle them as nerds because they already have their heads way up their asses. More on the Thousand Sun lineage later. If you play Dawn of War, you already know a lot about these shady boys, but considering no one on the planet was able to complete the third game without committing seppuku, that leaves a solid chunk of the lore untouched. But one of the most unique chapters, as well as...
Was Dawn of War 3 really objectively that bad? Or is it just bad compared to the first two? Like, if you were to give me an objective ruling on it, so imagine you didn't play the first two games, was Dawn of War 3 really that bad? So I have two people that commented. One says, nah, not really that bad. Another one saying, nah, fucking bad, bro. Alright?
Loyalists from Traitor Legions or Gene Seed with some of the most interesting Space Marines in the setting, you know it's going to be a fun video. Before we get started, there's actually something I'm pretty keen to share. The best part about the support you guys show me through Patreon or views or buying my stuff is that it gives me the financial freedom to only say yes to genuinely valuable partnerships with sponsors and companies, not just grovel at whatever a Korean app developer throws at me. So I'm happy to announce that today's video is sponsored by Raid. Just kidding, it's World of Warships, available on PC, and World of Warships Legends, available on console. Now, piloting a warship and blowing up other people is already pretty cool, but when those warships are 40k themed warships with extra DACA, it's epic. World of Warships is a free-to-play game which blends a slick mix of strategy with real-time skill, and they're running a Warhammer 40k event where you can obtain 2 custom-built ships that are purely designed around Warhammer, one belonging to the Imperium of Man with a catchy phrase, and the other one belongs to the Servants of the Blood God, who despite their rage and likely poor fine motor skills, have created a stunningly aesthetic ship. The event also allows you to obtain and equip Warhammer 40k themed camos and flags for your existing ships. The Warhammer collaboration also applies to World of Warship Legends, which has had its controls and UI adapted especially for the current consoles. So just because you aren't a part of the PC master race doesn't mean you can't blast your way to victory or just be like me and kamikaze into the nearest bad guy, ensuring death for yourself or the enemies of the Emperor. Even in a game of long-range naval bombardments, glorious melee combat reigns supreme. If you're keen to jump on in and try the game out, then use my link and code in the comments and description below to get a free premium ship, multiple 40k camos, premium for an entire week, and free in-game currency. World of Warships is available on both console and PC.
Have any of you played this?
And remember the sacred rule of Navy combat: if you ain't ramming, you ain't doing it right. Today we'll go over who the Bloodravens are and some of the things they've commandeered for themselves in the name of science. We'll also go over some of their key characters and what they're currently up to. We'll also discuss where the meme that they steal everything comes from and if it's actually valid. Let's get into it. When the Emperor first started messing with stem cells and forbidden unethical science, he created 20 legions of super soldiers called Space Marines. Many of these Space Marines and their space daddies would be a bit naughty and cause a bunch of problems for everyone, eventually leading to the mass fracturing of the Space Marine legions, turning them from 20 proud legions down to 1,000 chapters. The Bloodravens are one of these 1,000, however unlike 99% of the other Space Marines, they have no idea who their Primarch or daddy is. Even confused chapters can just run a test on their gene scene to find out, however when the Bloodravens do, they get no result. Upon probing further, they discover their origins have been locked down, classified and likely deleted by powers beyond them. Hence they more or less just popped up during the 37th millennium on records, although they were fiddling heretics for a couple centuries before then. On top of this, they have an abnormally large amount of psychers and librarians, especially for a loyalist chapter of Marines, seemingly as a result of their gene seed. This number of librarians increased further when they decided that levitating stuff with your mind or making your enemies prolapse by clicking your fingers was tight. Hence they aimed to recruit humans who were already displaying psychic powers. This was further encouraged when the Bloodravens fought against the forces of Chaos, seemingly crushing them initially, only for Titsnich and the Alpha Legion to be like, Lamau, no you don't, and return fire with a barrage of overly intricate ambushes that claim.
Hold up a second. Yes, Dolph? Okay, I come off you up. Okay, bye. I'm just quickly gonna open for my brother. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, boys. It wouldn't be a big vibe if they were 1,000 Sun successors. Why not? Where the Isvan massacre turned into Grey Knights? But I just wonder why they would have hidden it. Because that's what they found out, right? Their success, like whoever their Primarch is hidden. And it was just, they just decided, nope, we're not telling anyone. So the problem with the whole Thousand Sons isn't, so Guilliman, as far as I know, Guilliman doesn't allow for any of the successor chapters to be made from the traitors. So the traitor Primarchs are not allowed to become, like, their children are not allowed to become successor chapters, even though Balisarius Cawl found a way to remove the impurity from those gene seeds, Guilliman still won't allow it. So how would they have come from the Thousand Sons, who are traitors, if Guilliman wouldn't allow it? You think it's implied enough so that we think that that is exactly what this is? Okay.
Claim the lives of many magpies. I mean, ravens. Let's just call them magpies.
So yeah, Primaris Marines, Van Onkerton. That's why I'm sort of... So... all of the, at least from what I understand, the Primarchs that fell, almost all of their sons joined. Is there any evidence of sons whose Primarchs betrayed the Imperium, where the sons did not follow? Is there any chapters like that still with the Imperium, where they, except for, what are they called? Is it the Dark? Not the Dark Angels. Who are the guys that basically hunt the entirety of the fucking galaxy to kill anyone that may be kind of like them? Went into Black Shields or Grey Knights? Tons, Grey Knights? Okay. You're forgetting a very important bit. The Blood Ravens were firstly made for the Dawn of War games, and then their lore was pieced together. Yankee Papa Bravo, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Yeah, but I imagine they would still... like, I mean, even if the lore was sort of ipso facto tacked on, they would still think through these things, right? So there is actually evidence of loyal Space Marines whose chapters fell. So the Primarch fell, most of the chapter fell, but some of them remained loyal. Well, in that case, they could probably, maybe their father, or maybe their Primarch is the Primarch of the Thousand Sons. They just didn't fall alongside them, but wouldn't they then know that?
Already a Raven Guard and a Blood Angel chapter. The chapter master at the time also died, hence command fell to the tragic hero of their chapter, who was also the chief librarian, Azahar, or Sneaky Bitch, as I will now refer to him as so you guys don't bully me about my rough Aussie slang and failure at English, emerged. He claimed that he spent a long time studying the enemy movements and tactics to a point where he was so attuned to them he could almost supernaturally predict their every move, leading to multiple decisive magpie victories. In reality, he was probably just using some dank-ass psychic power to see the future and read the enemy's mind, but he didn't want to get bullied for being a nerd. Now at this point you can probably see why the Imperium at large was pretty sus of the Blood Ravens. They had a librarian as their chapter master, that being an issue as 95% of the Imperium's problems can be traced back to someone being able to move shit with their mind. Their gene seed was of unknown origin. They had way more psychers than everyone else. They exterminated their own recruiting world after it started experimenting with democracy and freedom, and they started acquiring powerful artifacts that didn't belong to them, such as Azrael's Second, a powerful Dark Angel's Blade, or Rogal's Fist, a weapon created by Rogal Dawn, as well as multiple Custodian artifacts. To then spit in the face of the other chapters even further, they often replace the original heraldry of those artifacts with their own, and pretend it was theirs originally, or they rename other artifacts really inappropriate stuff, such as a pistol named after the
ones
fall
are
of Caliban,
bigger.
which
From what I could gather, at least from the little the Dark Imperium goes into it, the Primaris Space Marines are sort of stronger, bigger, faster than the originals. Balisarius Cawl basically sort of made them even more super than the original super soldiers that, you know, the Emperor made, kind of thing. So they're even more powerful than what they used to be.
which really triggered the Dark Angels. Maybe it's the Bloodraven's search for knowledge into their own origins that turns them into thieving magpies, as if they can't have their own history, they may as well steal everyone else's. Needless to say, the only people who despise the Codex Astartes, Gulliman's space book on how to behave as a super soldier, more than the Bloodravens are the angry Marines who use the pages for toilet paper. With Sneaky Bitch as their leader, the Bloodravens are a force to be reckoned with. Makes sense. What's stronger than an Astartes? An Astartes that can shoot mine bullets and make your testicles explode by whistling. Unfortunately for curious psychers in the Warhammer setting, knowledge is power, and power leads to chaos. So after an intense fight against a Nurgle demon called or Smelly Boy as he shall now be known as, a warp storm ate the world they were on, and over the next 500 years, Sneaky Bitch was corrupted into the service of the Chaos Gods by the Smelly Boy. Now the Bloodravens suffered from a condition known as protagonist disease where, due to being playable in a video game, they have to experience way more gnarly shit than usual, fighting Eldar, Orcs, Tyranids and Chaos in a very short time frame, sometimes simultaneously. They also have to deal with the bosses of each of those factions, so you can bet your ass they took down an Avatar of Cain, crushed greater demons, and even had to bring an end to Sneaky Bitch, as well as most of their corrupted chapter. This is why you don't use Trader Gene C. See, after 500 years, Sneaky Bitch returned and hid his corruption, being accepted back into the rank of Chapter Master without too much questioning. Well, there probably should have been some questioning who the hell walks out of the warp after 500 years without mental problems. Captain Titus got apprehended by the Inquisition after his scrotum scraped the warp, so how does Sneaky Bitch get back in despite copying the full Nuru warp experience? Feel free to Google Nuru, by the way. It seems pretty epic. I might book in a session. Over the years...
Yeah, Titus got screwed, and he basically just dipped the ball sack into the fucking warp. Although they never explained, you guys told me they never explained why Titus actually has that immunity to the warp, right? I still need to finish that game. That was really good. But wait, so they made a guy that came from the warp. They made that guy the chapter master again? Like, even after he was in the warp, he came back and they were like, yeah, fam, you can control us again, no problem. Let's go, you know? That seemed like they might be sneaky boys and they might be like stealing shit, but they also seem to be pretty stupid.
Sneaky Bitch was able to convince most of the magpies to join up with Chaos and let Smelly Boy claim their souls. Wow, he must have been a great salesman. Gabriel Angelos, or the Chosen One as we will now call him, was one of the few magpies with any shred of common sense and wasn't super keen on the sudden return to power of Sneaky Bitch, hence he began investigating him, taking note of all the weird stuff he would do, like punish Bloodravens for succeeding in missions, such as Captain Thule, who did arguably the weirdest thing I've ever witnessed in the Warhammer franchise. Basically, the Bloodravens led by Thule were on a planet, which may have contained clues about their daddy, yet a group of guardsmen were tasked with retaking the planet for the Emperor. Now you would have thought the Bloodravens would be like, no worries, we will help you take the planet, then you can help us search it. But this is Warhammer 40k! Logic and reason tremble before the might of unending war and grim darkness. Hence the Bloodravens defeated the invading Xenos, then turned their guns on the loyalist guardsmen. Some guardsmen refused to fight the Bloodravens, hence joined forces with them, and together they defeated the guardsman commander and ended the conflict. Here's where it gets even stupider. The Bloodravens honoured the fallen guardsmen they had slain and had a funeral for them. They then executed the guardsmen that helped them because they betrayed the Imperium by helping the Bloodravens. Like, what, mate? As this is a video game, it also turns out the planet was a Necron tomb world, so they don't have to deal with that as well, meaning the Bloodravens fought pretty much every faction in the galaxy within one mission.
I'm so confused.
The Inquisitor let the Bloodravens off despite massacring loyal guardsmen, as he was like, yeah, look, like, that wasn't good, but I have no proof you were corrupted, so have fun, don't cross the street without holding hands. Eventually the Chosen One had enough evidence to come forward and condemn Sneaky Bitch for fiddling kids and being a pawn of chaos. What he didn't know was that most of the chapter were also banned from playgrounds, hence he was declared a heretic along with his loyalist warriors and hunted down. Sneaky Bitch then came out of the closet and ascended to become a demon prince, initiating a vicious Bloodraven civil war that resulted in the Chosen One kicking his ass and orbitally bombing him back to hell. The Chosen One himself took quite the pounding also, and required some serious Terminator tier bionics before he could kick ass again. But he came back and after purging his own chapter really hard, became the chapter master of whatever was left of the Magpies. the protagonist's disease would strike again as a random
Oh my
prophecy about a powerful weapon called the Spear of Cain once again thrusted every single 40k faction back into an all-out brawl. Sure, the gameplay is better that way, but it's getting a little bit tedious. Funnily enough, the warring factions decided to unite when a bloodthirster called the Storm Prince is defrosted and they need to clap his ass. Doing so, however, in a shocking turn of events, it would be the Orc war boss who would keep the Spear of Cain as a trophy after the battle was over, not the Magpies. After what seemed like 3 apocalyptic wars, the Chosen One realised they were really low on warriors, so he decreed to rebuild the chapter. However, that was cock-blocked by the fall of Cadia, a battle which the Magpies took a part in, which tore the galaxy a new arsehole, creating the Cicatrix Maledictum. Hey, I said it right that time. Barely at half strength, our noble pies of Mag attempted to save as many worlds as possible, and did a surprisingly decent job of it until a custodian arrived and was like, "Here are Primaris, here are how you make Primaris, have fun, but not too much fun." Sadly, we haven't seen too much of said Primaris as Dawn of War 3 was a complete flop, so Dawn of War 4 isn't really on the table, but considering their history of abusing their protagonist status to achieve insane victories against unbeatable odds, I would say they're doing just fine. Now onto their status as a Thousand Sun successor. All chapters have gene seed that traces back to a Primarch. Each gene seed affects a space marine
We've watched
differently.
some of them, yeah.
Some effects are subtle, like the Ultramarines or Iron Warriors, while some are very obvious, like the Salamanders becoming Dark Chocolate or the Blood Angels all inheriting PTSD. The Thousand Suns gene seed was known for its ability to invoke psychic powers within a space marine, as well as give them an intense thirst for knowledge. The Thousand Sun seed was also prone to falling to chaos, however did maintain a high level of nobility as seen by Janus, the first Grey Knight who was a combination of a Thousand Sun with a shard of Magnus. All these hint together with the fact that the highest authority sealed their history points towards them being Thousand Suns. This would also explain why they were able to achieve such insane victories. Loyalists from Traitor Legions are renowned for their power and an innate rage against chaos for stealing their legacy and shitting all over it. Now where does the Bloodraven stealing meme come into play? At first I was like, okay sure, they have artifacts that they probably shouldn't have, but I reckon it's just a bit overused. Then I actually read the list of stuff they have and damn, that's a lot of stuff. They have sacred artifacts belonging to Dark Angels, Black Templars, Imperial Fists, Sisters of Battle, Space Wolves, Ultramarines, Custodes, Salamanders, Red Wolves, Chaos, Astro Claws,
These
and
boys
even the
just
Grey
take whatever the
Knights.
fuck they
They
want.
even have Forgebreaker, the weapon crafted by Fulgrim and wielded by Ferris. Like, how do you even get that? What the hell? Overall, a decent meme created by Dawn of War wanting to add items and references into their games, but instead turning their protagonists into a bunch of magpies. And that does us for today guys, the lore, history and memes of the Bloodraven Space Marine chapter. As someone who never played Dawn of War, it was cool to finally dip my toes in and learn more about it. It's also nice to see that the Bloodravens are total badasses and not just a meme, which is what I saw them as prior to doing my own research. If you enjoyed the video and want to see some premium titties and want to support my demonetized ass, then Patreon is the place to be. Only $1 gives you access to dozens of naughty artworks, and $10 gives you access to the premium Major Kill calendar, which is sold out everywhere else. Once again, thank you to World of Warships for sponsoring this video. It really helps me out in my war against the yellow symbol. Remember, the download links are below. Hit the subscribe.
I think everything sort of has plot armor though, no? Swiggity swooty, give me all your booty. Bro, Warhammer has some you can do some pretty cool artwork with Warhammer. Although I'm discovering the amount of fucking hentai you can do with World of Warcraft as well. Like this month's Patreon reward for WoW hentai is fucking filth, bro. Just pure filth. I wonder if that would work. I should probably try that. Like, do a merger between Warhammer hentai and WoW hentai. Like, take some of the Warhammer characters and merge them with WoW characters and turn it into, like, turn that into hentai. That could work, no? Orc v Orc? Well, yeah, Orc v Orc or Aldar with Sylvanas, or what if we put Gilliman fucking Anduin? Yeah, we could have Gilliman fucking Anduin. Have it on 7 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. monthly tithe, my lord. I appreciate that. Just remember to call it Battle Mace. We could probably do something like that. Maybe that should be a goal. Like crossovers. We do like a goal of like fantasy mashups after a while. Juvenile, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the stream, man. You literally joined right at the end of the stream because my power's going out soon. Boys, I'm over this, man. I am so fucking over this. You have no idea. I don't want to deal with this anymore. This bullshit of constantly having my power go out. Blue Mass Effect lady. Oh. Miranda. Not Blue Lady. Not Leora. Leora is good. But imagine Miranda with like Kerrigan. Or Miranda and Sylvanas. That could work so fucking well. Do you just jerk off in the dark for the next 4 hours? That's what I'd do? No. So basically right now I'm listening to Horus Rising on the Kindle. Or if I'm a little bit tired of that, I'll read. So I still have to finish the Dark Imperium, the second book. But I don't want to finish that until I can get my hands on the third book, which they can't find at the moment. So hopefully they find that soon so I can finish this one and get into the third book for Dark Imperium. And then I have all of these books. Like I have these 2 books already purchased, right? So I already have these 2. But apparently they're part of a series. And I don't have the other books in the series. So that sort of like that's really annoying. So I need to figure out where the hell do I get the other books in the series so that I can read those first and then read these. So maybe for my next book, maybe I'll just read this one. Maybe I'll read this book next. Just because it doesn't seem to be part of anything. It doesn't seem to form part of like an overall story or anything. It does say your next read should be Dan Abnett, The Founding, the Gaunt's Ghosts Omnibus. I don't know. Volpone Glory. What is this? What is this about even? As war rages across the Sabbath worlds, the Volpane Bluebloods are synced to Gnostes at the head of a massive imperial host, tasked with the liberation of the Agria island chain from the entrenched Blood Pact. The haughty soldiers of the Volpone find their mettle sorely tested in a brutal meat grinder after a punishing setback threatens to derail the campaign. An unlikely champion rises through the ranks and victory once again seems possible. But the propaganda of war is a fickle beast, and the arch enemy are cultivating a plot that Imperium can scarcely fathom. Through glory and honor, the Volpone are desperate to prevail. But can they endure the rigors of the bloodiest campaign in their vaunted history and come out to the other side intact? So yeah. Should always check, should always check what? The Lord Zero. You can read Penitent and Pariah before Eisenhorn. You don't miss too much. Yeah, but I don't like doing that. The Watcher in the Rain is good. Go for Warhammer 40k Horror. The Watcher in the Rain is good. The Dawn of Fire series. The thing is, right now, I'm basically just reading whatever I can get my hands on. So, I don't get to make too many choices in this regard. Because they don't have all the books. They get some books, and then you just have to buy whatever they happen to have in store. That's why I bought this book. Fuck. Well, I'll show you now. That's why I bought this book. The Dawn of Fire. This is the one that you said I should read, right? But this is the third one. They didn't have the others. So basically, I picked this one up just because it was in stock. And I don't know if I don't buy it immediately, how long it will be until I get the actual book in stock, right? So this is, yeah. So I do have at least the first book in the Dawn of Fire series. If you want paperback, you really have to look at current books as they stop printing quickly and only publish ebooks. It's a bit annoying as a collector. Yeah, I know what you mean. But that's why I'm just constantly in the market. I'm constantly just telling them, listen here, whatever you can get your hands on, please send it my way. I'll be very, very happy if you do. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming to me to entertain you, at least for a few hours. We've done 4 hours of stream, which I'm happy about. That's at least something. Hopefully by next week. So the bad news for all of you that is interested in this, I just found out this morning that they will only be able to install the system next week. So the battery and the inverter will be installed next week, which means that we can finally go back to normal streams, not having to worry about load shedding whatsoever. So I can really not wait